Hey guys, we are here for episode 196, and we are doing BEYOND.wad from May 1st, 1996, and that's actually not true. We are not doing this right now. So I've got some gigantic, incredible news, and check it right here. I have 400 channels. I got 400 channels this morning. So if you paid attention to this video series, you know my biggest hobby is searching for new TV channels with my TV antennas. And this was the quest for 400. And I've officially achieved my quest of 400 channels. And that is since 2012. So it took 11 years to get 400 channels. And I didn't think I would do it this year because I think I started the year at 372. And I mean, last year, I'm not sure how many I got last year. I've got like double the amount this year that I got last year. So I didn't think I would get 400 this year. And then we just kept having these gigantic events with crazy TV reception, and the channels just kept coming in. So, I mean, and then this morning I got number 400. WNYW. And so let's load the map and I'll show you. So this actually, yeah, here it is right here from New York City. So what was I going to say? Yeah. So this came in, I checked my graph. I wasn't awake to see it. I was sleeping, and this auto scanner thing picked it up while I was sleeping. And I woke up and I do what I always do. I grab my phone, check the antennas, and I got a new channel. And this was actually surprising that there was stuff last night or early this morning. Wasn't really expecting it. And I ended up picking up Philadelphia as well, Scranton, Binghamton, New York. But none of these were new, but this one is WNYW. Never picked this one up before. I have picked up a couple from New York City, but honestly, it's been a couple years since I picked up New York City. So and I've been trying to get this one too, because another guy near me picked it up like multiple times, and I haven't. So it was very nice to get this finally. And it came in, the last time it came in was 5:59 a.m. and between 5:20 and 5:59, it was sort of in and out. So that was great. Extremely exciting. And now I've got 400. Now I've got bragging rights. Now I get a cash prize. Now I get a trophy. And now I don't get any of those things because no one cares except for me. So, which brings me to why I said we're not doing Beyond, because I had this idea to do a special episode. Well, I guess it wasn't really my idea. I think it was I don't know. I still don't know how to pronounce his name. Tholok said to do a special episode, and so I had the idea to what was I going to say? I was going to do like a giant intro, and so what that means, like a ridiculously long intro. And so what I'm going to do, I have my list here, my list of channels that I picked up. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to start from number 1, and I'm going to go all the way up to 400. And I'm going to try and like say stuff about every single channel that I picked up on this video in the intro. So I wasn't expecting to do this today because I wasn't expecting a crazy reception this morning or overnight. But here we are, and I got 400, so it means I have to do it. And so if you don't care about this TV stuff, you might as well fast forward. Like, keep fast forwarding, because this is going to take a while. This is probably going to be the longest intro of the video series. I think my previous longest was over half an hour for episode 100, I believe. when I was listing off all the hot Degrassi chicks. And I think I spent over half an hour doing that. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sort of, it's going to take a long time because there's 400 fucking channels, but okay, so let's do it then. And also, it's not going to be silent. I'm going to have some background music. And since this is a special episode, this is another reason why you might want to fast forward, because I'm going to put one of my latest album, I'm going to put it on. And here it is right here. Violations. I turned the volume down, so it shouldn't be too loud. You should still be, I did a test in OBS. Make sure you can still hear me. But, you know, if there is a pause, you'll be able to hear some music. But as for the music, it's free jazz, free improv. So, so that means I'm doing whatever the hell I want. There are no rules. It's not traditional music where you, like, all the instruments play along together and stuff like that. It's every man for himself doing whatever they want with no regard for each other. And that's what this is. So, I mean, most people would consider it to be unlistenable, but, you know, if you're an experienced musician, like, it's free jazz, right? So, you know, Jesus Christ. So Buffy's on the screen, and she just, like, kicked a guy in the neck with her ice skates. That was pretty brutal. But yeah, if you're an experienced musician, sometimes you have to, like, go into these sort of experimental genres to fulfill yourself creatively, and that's what I did here. And here you go. So we have background music. Okay. So we're back in 2011. So I think I actually started in 2010. So there was an antenna, an old antenna that came with the house with an old tower. I actually have a picture of it right here. Okay, so this was the old antenna that was hooked up. It doesn't look like a bad antenna. I don't know what kind of antenna it is, like the make, but so this style of antenna is a Yagi. Y-A-G-I. So that's the sort of the long, and then you have the elements. It's shot from down, so the elements are actually, like, horizontal. It might be like a perspective issue, but so here we go. Let's go to a circle. So this is called a combo antenna. So the TV channels for over-the-air TV, which is what I watch, are from back then. When I started, it was from channel 2 to channel 69. So this part right, so VHF is channel 2 to 13, and VHF low is channel 2 to 6. So that's a frequency band, channel 2 to 6. VHF high is channel 7 to 13. It's another frequency band. And UHF was channel 14 to 69. And so generally you need multiple antennas designed for each specific band in order to get the best reception. So this part right here, like these long elements at the back here, that is the VHF section of the antenna. So VHF is on a lower frequency, which means the wave the wavelengths are longer. So you need longer elements in order to pick them up. Compared with UHF, where the wavelength is much shorter. So you only need the small elements. So the back here, this is for channel 2. I think, like, yeah, because these are really long. I at the back here, these elements here. So I think this is for channel 2 to 13. Not just 7 to 13, but 2 to 13. This is at the back here. And at the front here, this is the UHF section. This like, I don't know, what do you call it? The Pac-Man mouth here, that's a reflector. So the actual UHF portion is this line right here with the little tiny elements here. And then this, like the Pac-Man mouth, is a reflector. So it helps reflect signals back onto the UHF elements. And so this is what you call a combo antenna, because it has both a UHF section and a VHF section. So I just want to talk about that really quickly. And so this antenna, I used it for a year. So there was actually a rotator as well, just below the picture here. You can't see it, but it was seized. It was frozen. So the aim was stuck, and it was sort of it was aimed like off of Buffalo, more towards Toronto, not in an optimal position. And there was also, if I remember correctly, so the cable from the antenna came down and it came inside the house, and it was actually on a splitter as well, like a I think it was a 2 or 3-way splitter, and that actually decreases the signal quite drastically. So I didn't know this at the time. I just tried this one time. I just hooked the cable into my TV and see what I could get. I did get a few channels, like analog channels from Toronto and in Hamilton, I think. Yeah, it was all Canada stuff. And yes, okay. So that's this antenna. And so we're going to close this. So that's the antenna I started with. So let's go back to Opera here. Okay. So from 2010 until 2011, August 2011, I was doing only analog. So my TV it was like an older TV, so it didn't have, it only had an analog tuner. So you could only watch analog channels. And so analog TV channels, it's like, if you'd ever see like in a movie or something, they would show like the TV screen and it would just be like static or something, like snow, or if you know what I mean? Like there was a lot of snow and stuff. So that's analog TV. And then digital TV came along. So that's ATSC 1.0. That's the format or whatever. So that's digital TV, DTV. And that came along, I think sometime in the 2000s. I'm not sure if it was around in the 90s, but and so the U.S. already changed to ATSC digital TV before this date here, and so Canada was switching over to digital TV right around here, and so I bought a digital converter box which converts the digital signal that they're transmitting out and into an analog signal that my TV could read and show, so I could watch TV. So I bought this digital to analog converter box in April of 2011, and I hooked it into the antenna. And so I wasn't really keeping track of all the channels I picked up. I just found all these in like old forum posts I made. So I wasn't like channel hunting back then. That came later, but like right around here, I was just watching local channels. So these first 3 channels here, CHCH, CKXT, and WNLO, those were the first channels I picked up with my converter box. And I vividly remember this because so the signal quality, like the picture quality of the analog channels was not good. My antenna was like, it was the old antenna, and it had a splitter. It had really old cabling, and the rotator was frozen. It was stuck in one direction. And so I was just trying to see what I could get. And so I hooked up the converter box. This was like maybe a week. So yeah, maybe a week before all the Canada channels were supposed to transition over to digital TV. They were supposed to get off their analog signal and go to the digital signal. So they hadn't done that yet when I hooked up my converter box. But two of the channels they had already switched over. So CKXT and CHCH. I remember getting these. CKXT actually went off air like a month after this. So it's very funny because it was like one of the 3 first channels I ever picked up. And then a month later it was off air and it's never been on again. So it's very strange because I have that memory of picking it up for the very first time I hooked up my converter box, and it was gone so quickly. It's almost like, did that actually happen? But no, I vividly remember seeing it on the screen. It was like Sun News. That's what it was. It was like a news channel. And WNLO, this was the CW. That was from Buffalo. Grand Island, Buffalo, but Grand Island, New York. And what I remember about WNLO, it was midnight. It was going to be midnight. And so on my converter box, it would show you the current program and the next program. And so I was like changing the channels or something. And I noticed that under the next program, it said Star Trek: The Next Generation. And I did a double take. I was like, what? They're showing Star Trek TNG on this channel? So I was really excited. And so I started watching that at midnight back then. So that was very exciting. Okay, and so now here, all these channels. So shortly after that, like a week after I got my converter box, all of the rest of my local channels, they converted from analog to digital. So that's what all of these are. They're all from Toronto and Hamilton. And Kitchener as well. Okay. So that was quite exciting. And so, there was this forum I would go to that would talk about all these different channels, and that's where I learned about all of this stuff. I just need a drink of water here. Just enjoy the music while I'm taking a drink. This song is amazing, by the way. I'm not even joking. I played drums like this for half an hour straight. No breaks. No editing. That is all legit. Half an hour. That's how awesome I am. Anyway, so I was looking at this forum. I was reading about antennas and all that sort of stuff. And there was this one topic where it was DXing. So that's what I do when I search for channels. That's called DXing. And I used to, read about people getting these long distance channels, and I was really jealous, and I wanted to do it myself. But I didn't have the knowledge. I was still using this old crappy antenna with this old cabling, and I didn't really know what to do. And so, but I would try it anyway. I would scroll through the frequencies, try and see what I can get. Meanwhile, my antenna has really old cabling. It's not aimed in the proper direction, and there's a splitter, so that decreases the signal by quite a lot. So I'm just shooting myself in the foot right off the bat. So, but I was still trying. I didn't know that at the time, but I was still trying. And this channel right here, WKBW, I vividly remember getting this one as well. So this is the first time I got WKBW. That's ABC from Buffalo. I got it with my converter box, and it came in for a second, and I scanned it in, and I never saw it again. until I upgraded my my setup. So that was like my first DXing. So, and that was actually really exciting. So yeah, that was literally my first DXing. My first DX. I don't know how you would call that. So that was in July. Okay, so that's probably what spurred what got me going with this whole thing. So here in August 27th, so basically like less than 2 months later, I wanted to upgrade my antenna because I was very excited by this WKBW. This intro is going to last 3 hours. I was very excited by this WKBW. It was so exciting. I picked up like a long distance channel, from Buffalo, one that I've never seen before. And it only came in for 1 second. And I was able to scan it in. So it was extremely exciting for me at the time. So I wanted to upgrade my antenna. I wanted to try and do this properly, this DXing thing, searching for new channels, channel hunting. And so I did. I got a new antenna, new cables. I got a rotator. And Jesus Christ. And so that's what I did. So I'll show a picture of that. What is it? Is it this one? Yes. Okay. And this is the guy who actually installed it for me. So this guy was like, I don't even know. He was like in his 70s or something. He didn't even wear like a harness or a belt. He just climbed up and he like wrapped his feet into, like you can see, wrapped his legs around, like in and around the tower. It was crazy. The tower is only 30 feet, but still. I mean, it's crazy. That antenna is 14 feet long, by the way. So this is another combo antenna. So that was one of the challenges, trying to find the right antenna to get. So in my area, I had VHF high channels and I had UHF channels. So I got another combo antenna, and this was actually an excellent antenna. This is probably the best combo antenna you could have got. And so, like commercial, popular combo antenna that you can get. So this is a Winegard 7698P. It was awesome. I was really happy with it. You can see the elements at the back here. So this is the back section here. That's VHF. The front section here with the Pac-Man mouth, that is UHF. You can see this is much longer than the old antenna that I had. Let's do a comparison. Especially the VHF or the UHF section, like this section here, it's much longer on my new antenna. So there's a lot more gain with this antenna. Even the VHF section too. But you can tell these elements, the VHF elements at the back, they're not as long as my old one. So that means, so this antenna here, it's only designed for VHF high, not VHF low and VHF high. So this is only 7 to 13 for VHF, not 2 to 13. So, and it also has UHF elements, so 14 to 69. So this antenna was designed for channel 7 to 69. And there's the rotator right here. So I was very happy with this. So so he installed the antenna. I was like so excited, and I remember I had it in the box. I didn't know how the fuck to assemble it. I've never assembled an antenna before, and I showed him, and so we had to assemble it together. I think he was probably pretty annoyed, but like I'm a noob, right? So, but yeah, he installed it. And so this August 27th, we ran a channel scan on my converter box. I was still using the converter box, and I picked up all these channels. So these were all actually local channels now. My local channels went from just this to all of this. So I remember doing this too, running the scan. It was a very nice day. It was in the summer, August, and you just got all these channels. And I actually got this channel 6 here from Paris, Ontario. That's near Kitchener. So even though it's channel 6, my antenna was only designed for channel 7 to 69. I was still able to pick up this channel 6 because it was so close. So that was exciting. That was my first VHF low channel, my first channel in between the 2 to 6 range. So that was exciting. So yeah, all of these are local channels. WPXJ, it used to be in Batavia, New York. Now it's from Buffalo. So it's only 95 miles away from me, or 94, something like that. It used to be 111. So back in the summers when I would pick WPXJ up from Batavia, it would come in quite often. And 111 miles is actually quite a long distance for a local channel. Getting over 100 miles for a local channel is quite an achievement. So, okay, so I got a new antenna. I scanned all these channels in, and I was getting really excited for doing some DXing. And then would you look at this? 3 days later, only 3 days later, some insane TV reception came in. So look at all these new channels I picked up. I don't even know how many there are. So from 27 to 60, so that's like 33, right? 33 new channels in one night. And I remember doing this. I remember this is my like first big DXing event. I still didn't really know what I was doing. I kept doing the scan, and then I would turn the antenna like 10 degrees on the rotator. I was doing it all from inside because the rotator controls it from inside. And so I kept turning the antenna like 10 or 15 degrees, doing another scan. And I just kept going around in a circle. So you shouldn't do that because generally you get, reception from certain directions, not from like all directions. So that was probably not the best for me. However, I did get a lot of channels from all directions. So maybe it wasn't as bad. Not a bad thing to do at the time. And so WKTV, this is actually a pretty, I get this one pretty often. I think I got this today actually again. Very strong. It's 258 miles away, but it's over water, so it comes in quite often. WPSU, I haven't picked this up in so long because one of my local CHCH channel here, it's now on channel 15, so I haven't seen PSU in, I don't even remember, but I'll show you when CHCH changes to channel 15. So I haven't seen that in a long time. KYC, I haven't seen. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, KYC used to come in quite often from Cleveland because it was on our channel 17. So this is back when the channels went up to 69. So there is a lot of frequencies to deal with. So a lot of channels would come through. Okay, CAX from Burlington, Vermont. So that was my biggest channel for quite a while, 365 miles. So Vermont will come in like maybe once a year. I haven't seen it in a few years, but because the channel range is much smaller now, so there's not as much room for these channels to come in. But it was very exciting to get that. STM, I remember that used to come in a lot. Now it's on one of, like, it's on the same channel as one of my local channels, so I haven't seen this in years. WDIV, that used to come in quite a lot on channel 45. Yep. Actually, there's a WROC, yeah, from Rochester, New York. It's also on channel 45. So that would come in one direction, from Rochester. WDIV would come in from another direction, towards Detroit. They're like almost opposite directions. PTZ, that's also from Burlington, Vermont. Yeah, PTZ and CAX, those were the two ones from Vermont that would come in every now and then. WEW Woos. Yep, so that would come in too. I actually still get that event occasionally. I got it like multiple times this year, even though my CHCH channel is on the same channel. Okay, and we have Midland, Ontario, so that's up north. It's rare that I get the northern stuff. WWJ, I haven't seen that in a few years now because one of my local channels is now on that channel, so that used to come in often. ROC from Rochester, that's probably coming in right now, to be honest. It's on a different channel, but yeah, it's literally coming in right now. Now it's on channel 21. Okay, so SYR, that's from Syracuse. Yep. So this is back when I could pick these up without any problems, without any co-channel interference from local channels. CFPL, that comes in often. That might be coming in now. Probably not. Yeah, I'm not getting anything from the west. It's all from the east. WHEC from Rochester as well. CTS from London, my first London channel. NEP from Scranton. I picked that up today, actually. It's once again on a different channel. It's right under this wolf. Here it is right here. WNEP. Now it's on channel 21. It used to be on channel 50. CICO, another London channel. I haven't seen this in a few years because one of my local channels is now on channel 18. MYD from Detroit. Yep. I picked that up recently again, but now it's on channel 31. XXI from Rochester, yes. CICO, oh, from Ottawa. I haven't seen this in a few years either. There just aren't enough channels. VIZ from Cleveland. So this one changed channels to channel 35 on another channel of one of my local channels, and I haven't picked it up since it changed to channel 35. And there's actually this like a 3-day span where my local channel 35 was off air, and if Cleveland would have come in during that time, I could have got it. I could have picked it up, but the conditions weren't right, so I still haven't picked it up. CIVO from Hull, Quebec. This is actually like basically Ottawa, Ontario. They're like right next to each other. UHF from Rochester, yes. PXD from Ann Arbor. This is when WPXD used to be from Ann Arbor. Now it's in Detroit. Ann Arbor is a little further to the west than Detroit. Okay, CFTO, this one from Peterborough, Ontario on channel 35. I remember picking this up. I haven't seen this in many years. So I've only picked this up once. And shortly after this, not sure when. Yeah, it was, oh my God, it was only a few days later. Holy shit. You can see CHCJ here. This came on air, and it's only 24 miles away from me. So this is a local channel, and ever since this came on, I haven't picked up CFTO from Peterborough anymore. So I didn't realize it was so close. That's like 6 days later. Crazy. So I got this at a good point. I'm glad I got this before that came on air. W42 CO, I think That is called WNIB now. It changed call signs, and it's on channel 11 now, and I picked that up. WNEO, yes, from Alliance, Ohio, Youngstown, Ohio. I've mentioned this on a previous videos. It's Youngstown, Ohio. WWTI from Watertown, yes, RF21, channel 21. WGGN, Sandusky, Ohio. This is now on channel 3. I picked it up once since it's been on channel 3. Channel 3 is much harder to pick up than channel 42. BNX from Akron, Ohio, yes. QHS. QHS is my most common Cleveland channel. It's now on channel 36. And I picked it up like a week ago. UVP, okay, I remember picking this up. So this only came in for a second, and it was the only time I picked this up. Vineland, New Jersey, which is basically also Philadelphia area. So that was my first Philadelphia area TV channel. And I remember, like I was doing all this channel hunting with my converter box, with the remote. I was scrolling through the frequencies and pressing scan on the specific frequency to see if the channel would lock on. And I did it on channel 29, and WUVP showed up. So that was very exciting. Muskoka, Ontario, that is up north. Omni 1, London, Ontario, yep, RF48. So this is on channel 29 now. This is probably my most frequent London channel now, because channel 29 is an open frequency. Okay, and then 2 days later, got some more stuff. WJBK, yes, we got some WJBK from Detroit. Wheatley, Ontario, I picked this up like a week ago as well. DZQ, okay. This is the only time I picked this one up. This is Bad Axe, Michigan. So it's like up near Flint. I think it's north of Flint, Michigan, north of Detroit. And it's on channel 15, so I haven't picked it up. I've only picked up, I've got a local channel 15, so it's really hard to pick up channel 15s. And I haven't picked this up since then. And then FXP, QLN, WJET, those are all the usual channels from Cleveland. From Erie, Pennsylvania that I always get. FXP I haven't picked up in a few years though, because once again it's on a channel that's the same channel as my local channel. So I haven't picked up that in a while. So now we have WWNY. Okay, yep, that is in Carthage, New York. So that's like northern New York, across the lake. That would come in during the summers, once in a while, quite strongly. RF30, this is WUTR from Utica. Okay, yes, I haven't picked this up in a while either, because it's on another local channel, one of my local channels, same channel. But WKTV from Utica is on, like they're in the same area, and that comes in often. And so here's CHCJ. A day later, it came up on channel 35, and making it really hard to pick up a channel 35. Actually, okay, I've picked up one channel 35 since CHCJ has been on air. So I picked up CIII from Oil Springs, Ontario. And I think that's the only channel 35 that I picked up since CHCJ has been on air. Okay, WJAC is now on from Johnstown, Pennsylvania. This is now on channel 35. And so I haven't picked this up. It used to come in once, a few times a year. Hasn't anymore. Haven't seen it since it changed to channel 35. WVIZ. So this is different than the other WVIZ. So this is from Eastlake, Ohio. This is now called W34FP, I think. And it's on channel 34. I have picked it up. ICU from Erie, Pennsylvania. Yes. WSE from Erie. CKVR from Barrie. Yep, that's up north. And CKVP, okay. So this is channel 42. This is a very low power channel. Font Hill, Ontario. It's like a little further than Hamilton, but not as far as Buffalo. It's now on channel 29. So then... Okay, so that was in October. So now we're into 2013. So WDLI. Yeah, so it looks like we got some more. This is Canton, Ohio. This is like Cleveland, Akron area. Channel 49 MFD. Mansfield, Ohio on channel 12. This is a little tricky because it's sort of in a similar direction as WICU from right here, from Erie, Pennsylvania. So let's turn ever received on. Yeah, so MFD is, where the hell is it? It's right here. Okay, it's not that close. MFD is right here. Mansfield, Ohio. And Erie is right here. So I'm like, I'm sort of, it's, WICU is much closer as well. So I didn't get this often, but it came in once in a while. WMFD did. Okay, so let's go to, okay, so here we go. Peterborough, channel 27. I don't know what day I actually picked it up. It's not really like a DXing channel. It doesn't come in all the time. It's not a local channel, but it's only 100 miles away. And it comes in often, like in the summertime. So this song is half an hour long. So we've already done this for half an hour and we're not even at 100. So I just want to apologize for this. This is going to be a completely pointless video, but I just have to do this. Okay, so let's do SYT from Syracuse. Yes, another Syracuse channel. Actually, this one I remember because it's on channel 19 and my local channel TVO from Toronto here is on channel 19. It was on channel 19 back then. And so Syracuse is over here, right here. So it's Toronto's up here, Syracuse is over here. So there's similar directions. But this channel 19, not this one here, but there was a channel 19 here. And it overpowered my 19 from right around me, 30 miles away from me. So that was very exciting. I think that happened, I know it happened like this time. It also happened another time, but I think that's because my TVO channel was at a decreased power. So here we go, Checks on channel 12 again. Checks is Peterborough. That comes in quite often. Here we got WPGH. I think this is my first Pittsburgh channel, which is very strange because it was on channel 43. And I didn't get this often. I got other Pittsburgh channels much more often than this one. And because I had a local Buffalo channel was on channel 43 at the time. So this had to overpower my Buffalo channel. So there you go, your first Pittsburgh channel. CHH 51 from London. It's actually, I think it's Alvinston, Alvinston, Ontario, which is like west of London. And actually, this is now on channel 14. It changed like maybe 2 years ago to channel 14. And I've been like just dying to get it. And I can't because I have a very strong local channel 14 that is preventing me from getting it. However, if you notice, okay, let's go back to the last 24 hours. Yes, CITS. So this is actually really interesting. So look at, like, this is my local channel 14. You can see both the blue line, you can't really see the blue line, but the blue line and the green is all at 100. So that's how strong it is. And so, I mean, yesterday, it went at decreased power for some reason. It must be doing maintenance or something. And now it's not coming in at all. So I wish there was some crazy reception right now, because if London was coming in right now, I would have an excellent opportunity to pick up this CHCH from London, Ontario, because now it's on channel 14, and my local channel 14 is at a decreased power. So, but there's nothing coming in from London. Okay, so London is coming in. Well, it did come in, but it would need to like be quite strong, like a little bit of action on my London channel 29, but it would have to like be strong enough to like I'm getting it on this antenna, even with the decreased power. So okay, so VPX, yes. Okay, so with this channel, WVPX from Akron, Ohio, it was on channel 23, and my WPXJ channel, that was the one that was 111 miles away from me in Batavia, that was on the same channel, channel 23. And they were both ION channels. So ION is the network, and they had the exact same like channel lineup. So they had 6 sub-channels each, and there was a quirk with my converter box. So if I scanned in a new channel on the same frequency and it had the same like channel lineup, it wouldn't change the virtual channel number. So the virtual number for my WPXJ Batavia channel was 51. And the virtual number is a fake number. It's not the actual channel number. And the virtual number for this WVPX was channel 23. So even though I probably picked this VPX, before I realized I was picking it up, but I didn't realize I was picking it up because it wasn't changing the virtual number. So I was scanning this channel in, and it was showing as 51.1. Even though I was actually picking up the Akron version of the ION channel. So I remember that. So that was another bit of a learning curve that I had to go over. Okay, so here, CIII from Paris, Ontario. This is the channel that used to be on channel 6. So this was my first VHF low channel that I picked up, and now VHF low is very hard to pick up, so it managed to move to channel 17. And you may have noticed that channel 17 was WKYC from where? From Cleveland. And once this moved, this is only 26 miles away, 28, 26, I can't read that. But once this changed to channel 17, I never picked up WKYC again on channel 17. So that was the end of WKYC for me. And here we got WBNS, my first Columbus channel. WBNS and WSYX, yes. WEAO from Akron again, yeah, okay. Here's the CIII 29 from Oil Springs, Ontario. That is now on channel 35. That's the only channel 35 I picked up since CHCJ went to channel 35. And here we got Altoona, Pennsylvania. That might be my first Altoona channel. I think it might be, yeah. WATM. This is now on channel 31, I think. Is it? Maybe it's not. I'm not sure, to be honest. It might still be on channel 24. WBGT. This was my first channel 46. So I was doing this channel hunting for quite a while, and channel 46 was the last channel that I didn't pick up anything on, like from channel 7 to 60 to, well, it was okay. So when I started channel hunting, the channels only went up to channel 51, but like tuners and stuff, they were designed for channel 2 to 69. So, and even before then, like, I don't know, in the 80s or something, the channels went up to 83. So then a whole bunch of channels were taken away, and those frequencies were given to some other thing. And then the same thing happened from channel 69 to channel 52 were all taken away and they were given to something else. And yeah, so channel 46 was the last frequency from channel 7 to 51 that I did not pick up until I got this one from Rochester. This is the low power from Rochester, WBGT, which is now on channel 21, and I picked that up a few days ago as well. And here you got WPXI from Pittsburgh. This is probably the most common Pittsburgh channel that I picked up. Not anymore, because now it's on channel 23, which is the same channel as my my local. It's actually this channel, CIII from Paris, is now on channel 23. So I went from channel 6 to channel 17, and now it's on channel 23. So I have picked up PXI, I think, a couple times since PXI moved to channel 23, but I don't get it often anymore. And CICO from, so CICO from Chatham, Ontario. I picked up this channel, actually, I can show you, 3 days ago. CICO 59. Now it's on channel 34. So it used to be on channel 33. Now it's on channel 34. So I finally picked up its new channel. So that was exciting. WWJ from Detroit. Okay, so I remember picking this up. This is on RF44, channel 44. And this was the only time I picked this up on channel 44 because I had a local channel on channel 44. And this overpowered my local channel. So that was very exciting. WBGU from channel 27. This used to come in once in a while. I don't see it anymore because it's on channel 22 now, which is one of my local channels. So I haven't seen this in a few years. WUAB, this channel does not exist anymore. Well, it does exist, but it's on a, I think it's like it buddied up with another channel, and they're on the same frequency now, WUAB. So this is on channel 28. I had a channel 28, a local channel 28. Actually, it's the channel, my local channel 22 currently that is blocking WBGU. It used to be on channel 28. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So it's a TVO channel. It used to be on channel 28. Now it's on channel 22, but it used to be on channel 28. And once in a while, this WUAB would overpower my channel, my local channel 28. So that was very fun. I used to have to like aim the antenna to the south instead of like right at Lorain, Ohio is like near Cleveland area. So I used to have to like aim it further away from my local channel in order to pick up this WUAB. WUPW, my first Toledo channel, once again of channel 46. So I think this is now on channel 26, and I'm trying to get it, but I still haven't picked it up now that it's on channel 26. WSKA from Corning, New York, on channel 30. This used to come in like once a year at least. And this is now on channel 25, and I mentioned this in a previous video. I'm just dying to try and get it, but I still can't pick it up because it's on channel 25, and I have a very strong local channel 25. And it's also, the antenna is very directional, this WSKA antenna, so and it's not really pointing much power towards me, so it's a real challenge to pick that up. WHAM, this was on, used to be, now it's on channel 9. It's very, very common channel for me. It's actually probably coming in right now. It was WHAM, yes. Now it's on channel 9 though, so it comes in quite often. But it used to be on channel 13, and I have a local channel 13. You can actually see it right here. CKCO from Kitchener. It's only 34 miles away. And, once in a while, maybe once, actually not even once a year, but once in a while, this would overpower my local channel 13. WETM from Elmira. Yep, on channel 18, I think. Now it's on channel 23, and I picked it up a couple times this year. Yep. WGAL, that was my 100th channel, so we are a quarter of the way through. This is going to take so long. WGAL from Lancaster, PA. I remember this. It feels like, yeah, I was getting a lot of like lower Pennsylvania stuff, southeastern Pennsylvania stuff in 2013 for some reason. So I remember getting WGAL. This is probably my longest VHF high channel at the time. 300 miles, pretty big. WTXF, yep, from Philadelphia, channel 42. WOLF from channel 45. So that is interesting because WOLF, Wolf, on channel 45. Channel 45, back in this era, Wolf used to be on the same frequency as WROC, which was like my most frequent Rochester channel from here. So you can see now Wolf is on channel 22, but it used to be on 45, and I had a WROC 45 up here. So, and it was very strong. It's not local, but it was very strong during the big reception events. So this would have had to overpower this. And they're very similar directions too, but it did overpower it a few times. So that's exciting. WMHT. I haven't seen this in quite a while. RF34. I don't even know what channel it's on now. I think it did change channels, but it might not have, but it might have. It's been so long since I picked it up from Albany. Albany, New York is like over here. Yeah. What have I picked up from Albany? MHT, is that what I'm talking about? Oh, okay, yeah. WMHT. So apparently it's on channel 25 now. I haven't picked it up. It's just, this changed. This just automatically changes when a channel changes. So I did pick it up on channel 34, but not on channel 25. And I've got a local channel 25 right here from Toronto, so it's really hard to pick this up because I'm like aimed very close to Toronto. Okay, so we got Harrisburg WHP from channel 21. So this is now on channel 32, and I'm actually kind of surprised I haven't picked it up. Yeah, WHP from 32. A little surprised I haven't picked it up. I mean, I do have a local channel 32 from Buffalo right here, but I feel like I should be able to pick this up, WHP. Because there was a channel from Altoona, WTAJ, which isn't that far. It is further away from Harrisburg, but it was also on channel 32, and I picked it up, and it overpowered my my local Buffalo channel back when it used to be on channel 32, the WTAJ. So I'm a little surprised I haven't picked this up yet, because this used to be strong when it was on channel 21 once in a while. So that's another channel I'm trying to get still on channel 32. Okay, so WLYH, I remember this. RF23, Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I'm not sure where that is. It's like around this area. It's, you know, southeastern Pennsylvania. State College, WHVL, yes, on channel 27, right here. This comes in once in a while. It's a low power station, but it does come in quite strong once in a while. CKWS from Brighton, Ontario. I think I may have picked this up this year. Actually, no. So this changed channels. I think it's on channel 23 now. CKWS. So wait a minute. So I think there is a CKW. There used to be a CKWS on channel 11 as well. So the CKWS on channel 11 is still there. I have picked that up this year again. But there's also a CKWS on channel 23 now. So this channel 30 is now on channel 23. I have not picked that up. So Brighton, Ontario is just up here. It's like, yeah, it's right here. I think, yeah. Anyway. Okay, so WGCB, another southeastern Pennsylvania channel from channel 30. TAJ, yep, this is the one I was just talking about from Altoona on channel 32. CAU, yes, Philadelphia. I picked that up actually this morning. Yeah, CAU from Philadelphia. Now it's on channel 28. Was it on channel 28 back then? No, it was on channel 34 back then. Okay. Okay, here we got WHIZ from channel 40. So this was on channel 40, and that was the same channel as one of my local channels back from Toronto, back in these times. So this would have overpowered my local channel 40. So that's exciting. And now it's on channel 30. I have picked it up since it's been on channel 30. I mentioned WHIZ before because it's from Zanesville, and I picked up a channel from Zanesville recently, a low power channel from Zanesville. Let's just go to a new thing right here. Where is it? Zanesville right here. WOOH. I got this on video while I was making one of my Doom videos. I picked this up during the video, and it's very exciting. That was only like a couple weeks ago. Maybe not even that. BFF, my first Maryland channel from Baltimore, Maryland. I remember getting that. This was very late. This was like at 4 a.m. or something. Something ridiculous like that. But yeah, I remember picking that up. And I also got WRC from Washington, D.C. The same time. Yeah, so this was very late. I was still using the converter box, searching for channels manually. WRLM, Canton, Ohio, basically Akron, Ohio. Yes, I remember this. This was all, yeah, so I had a channel 47, a local channel 47, so this would have overpowered my local channel 47 from Toronto back then. TAE, yep, from Pittsburgh. This was another frequent Pittsburgh channel. Now it's on channel 27. I picked it up on channel 27. WRC now is on channel 34, and I have picked it up once since it's been on channel 34. BFF, I don't know what channel that's on now. I think it might be on 26. Don't quote me on that though, but I haven't picked up whatever new channel it's on. RLM, that's now channel sharing with something, so I forget what. I think it's EAO. Yeah. I think it's part of WEAO now, which is on channel 24, and I have picked that up. So we have TAE, DTB. Okay, so this was a new channel back then on channel 29. So this was the low power channel from Buffalo. I remember picking this up. So this channel had a lot of problems. It was plagued with problems. It would basically be, they would be transmitting their signal, but there would be nothing. There would be no video, no audio. So they'd be causing interference and not airing anything. So you'd go to the channel, you wouldn't be able to tune in because there's nothing on it. So it was a real nuisance because it was the transmitter. It was pumping out power, causing interference, but not showing anything. So it was useless, literally useless. And it's actually recently, over the past month or so, it finally went off air. It was having the same problems. They never fixed. I think they did fix it once in a while, but they were having the same problems like recently, and they finally went off air over the last maybe couple months or something. So that's good. Okay, so TVH. This is actually quite interesting. This is channel 47 because this is channel 47 was one of my local Toronto channels. From over here, and TVH is actually right here, right? That's what I'm looking at. Yes, TVH. And so this overpowered my local channel 47, and they're very similar aims. So that came in a couple times. TVH from Syracuse. TVU. This was a low power from Syracuse. I got that a couple times, maybe once, I'm not sure. FXV, this would come in once in a while. It changed channels to channel 34, and I think it's on channel 34 now. Yeah, FXV, yes, 34. And I've only picked it up once. Actually, the reason for that is because I have a local Buffalo channel now that's on channel 34. And so this overpowered my local Buffalo channel. So that's exciting. And I've only picked it up once, and it only came in for like a few seconds. So Where are we here? We are GT. Okay, another Toledo channel. I picked this up a couple weeks ago. WHHO, yes, from Chillicothe. I don't know how to pronounce that. Now it transmits from Columbus. So this is Columbus, Ohio area. And it's now on channel 23. So I haven't picked it up since it's been on channel 23 because I have a local channel 23. I'd like to be able to get this if I can, but I can't. So, okay, here we go. Channel CHCH. This is my local channel, CHCH. It used to be on channel 11. Now it's on channel 15. So they changed to channel 15. And we got, okay. So that is the end of channel of 2013. Oh, okay. So here we go. The year 2014 was a real, it was a crazy year. So I think like late winter, like early 2014, while it was still the winter, the antenna I was using, where is it? Right here? Yeah. So my rotator broke. So it stopped working and it literally broke. So the antenna was just like turning around on its own and it wasn't stopping. And so the cable sort of like wrapped up around and it would stop. I couldn't turn it. It wasn't aimed in the proper direction. So, this is the first time I climbed the tower myself. So this tower was very old. The bolts were like very rusty and loose. The tower was very wobbly, and but I mean the antenna wasn't. The rotator broke, so I had to do something. And I remember the day I climbed the tower, there was still snow on the ground, and it was windy. So you're not supposed to climb the tower, obviously, when it's windy, but I was desperate. So I remember climbing up in my winter jacket, and I remember being like terrified. I mean, it's only 30 feet up, but it was fucking terrifying because the tower was swaying back and forth, and it's windy, and it was my first time up there. I was terrified. It was so scary. I didn't have a belt. I didn't have a harness. I was just like climbing it. So what I tried to do, I think I tried to like tighten the bolts or something on the rotator that the mast sets into, that the mast goes into. And I ended up breaking the bolt, one of the bolts. So the antenna, I was like, the fucking bolt broke while I was up there, terrified. And I was like, oh fuck, what the hell is, what? And so I ended up just taking the antenna down. So I had like the mast and the antenna. This antenna is 14 fucking feet long. And I was trying to, you know what I did? I think I tied a rope around my waist. That's what I did. I had a rope around my waist that went around the tower. Yes, a big fucking fat ass rope. So that was my first belt. I remember that now. So I had to loosen the bolts, take the mast out, and somehow hold that while climbing down the tower with one hand. And it was crazy. I remember doing that, and it was winter. So, and then after that, I couldn't put it back up here, right? Because the rotator was broken. Climbing the tower was terrifying. I didn't want to do that again. So I actually put up a temporary placement for my antenna on the side of the house. And it ended up being like maybe 5 to 7 feet lower than where it was here. But I did rig it up so that I could open the window and I could turn it. So that was actually really cool. But it was quite a bit lower. So that's why you can see I only picked up 5 channels in 2014. So it was a very sad year for channel hunting. So I picked up CKWS from Kingston. Oh, okay. So this, wait a minute, from Kingston. So this, okay, so yeah, okay, from Kingston. So this CKWS is from Kingston. The channel, the CKWS 30, which is now in 23, is from Belleville, which is like right here. So they're very close together. Actually, to be honest, I don't even think the Belleville one exists anymore. I think that went off air, so I think I missed my chance. And I got another channel 11 here. Yeah, so my local channel, my CHCH used to be on channel 11. Now it's not anymore. So now I'm picking up channel 11s. I picked up 3 channel 11s in 2014 because it's an open frequency now. So I picked up WTOL from Toledo. I picked up that a couple weeks ago. CMH from Columbus, Ohio. I haven't seen this in a few years because I've got a very strong local channel 14. I talked about this in a previous video. But another Columbus channel. And then we have 2 more from Pittsburgh. PCW, I picked this up a few weeks ago. Again, it's still on channel 11. PMY it has a different call sign now. I think it's PNT. And now it's on channel 21. And I have picked up that channel before. Okay, so now we have... Oh, so yeah. This... So I'm still using... this, what the fuck? What am I doing here? I'll leave this up. I'm still using this antenna on my temporary, so the song's over again, so we've been doing this for an hour. If anyone's actually watching this, more power to you, because I can't even imagine listening to me talk about this bullshit for an hour, and we're not even halfway through. So I have to try and do this really quickly because I might not even be able to do this in 3 hours. So meanwhile, I'm still using this antenna on the temporary setup. So the lower height, the temporary mount. And I remember picking these up, these 2 channels, channel 8 and channel 7. They're both from Binghamton. And they both, they just came in. I remember them just coming in like totally randomly when I was watching TV one day. So that was pretty exciting. And okay, so now less than a month later, I built my first antenna. So so I was still using this antenna here on the temporary lower spot for these 2 channels here, for the Binghamton channels. And then I built my first antenna, and here it is right here. This one on the right. So I built the frame out of wood, and then it's called a gray hoverman antenna. So the antenna elements are basically, it's like a zigzag. So it's like this. It's really hard to see because the copper wire is quite thin. It's like that, and it's the same on the other side. So that's what the antenna looks like. And then all these longer elements at the back, those are called reflectors. So, but the actual antenna is like this zigzag portion on both sides. And then the stuff at the back is the reflector. That makes it stronger. So I built this, and I was very proud of it because I was trying to, so I found these on this guy's website. He designed this antenna, and he had a really cool viewer, an antenna viewer, where you could see see like how long each piece of wire was, and so you could measure it out when you're building it and all that sort of thing. And I was very meticulous. I measured it out perfectly. I measured out the wood perfectly. I cut all the elements perfectly. And I was very proud of this. And this antenna actually, it served me very well over the years. And I'm still using, not this exact antenna, but I'm still using the Gray Hoverman design. I've tweaked it since then, but I'm still using the Gray Hoverman design. I have 5 antennas hooked up, and 4 of them are Gray Hovermans because they're amazing antennas. So yes, I built this, and also, okay, yeah, also, so my tower, my really shitty tower, the really wobbly tower that's terrifying to climb up, I wanted to put this new antenna up on the tower, but I didn't want to climb the tower again where it was. So what I actually did, I dug the tower out and I carried it and I put it at a different spot. And so what I did, I put it up against like the peak of the house, and I like attached it to the peak basically. So so it wasn't there wasn't that much above where it was attached to the house where I would have to climb. So it was much more sturdy. It's very sturdy now. So that was a very good idea. And now I could climb the tower without being scared shitless. So that's what I did. I climbed the tower and I hooked up this like ridiculously tall mast. It was like way too tall because multiple times actually we had really strong gusts of wind. I don't know when this was exactly, but it wasn't immediately. It was probably like a year or 2 later, and it bent my mast. The mast was made out of galvanized steel, but the mast was so tall that the mast was bent and I had to trim it. So now the mast is much shorter, but it's much more sturdy. And actually this antenna down at the bottom here, so this antenna here, it's only UHF. It's only designed for UHF, channel 14 to 51. And this antenna down here, this is actually the VHF section of this antenna. So what I did, when you assemble this antenna, it has the UHF section and the VHF section, and you put them inside each other and you like screw it together. So I removed them from each other, and I only used the VHF section. What the hell? With this setup here. So I had the VHF on the bottom and the UHF at the top, and this was actually a very good setup as well. And I had a cable going down from the UHF antenna and a cable going down from the VHF antenna, and they both hooked into my preamp here. So the preamp had multiple inputs, one for UHF and one for VHF if you wanted to do it that way. It also had a switch that you could press if you wanted to, if you only had like if you had a combo antenna like this that only had one cable that went down. So you could basically use a combined setting. You could go into the preamp that way. But this actually had 2 inputs, which was very handy. So I had my VHF antenna going in one input and my UHF antenna going in the next input. And then I only had one cable going down that went down into my TV. So this was an excellent setup. Very, very good setup. And here we go. I picked up a bunch of channels like a month later. I'm not sure when that actually was, when I finished that. When was this? Okay, so that is obviously a bad. This is 826. This can't be right. Okay, so this is a. Yeah, I should have. I don't know what the actual date is, but it's between this and this, obviously, because these I got with my gray Hoverman with this setup. Don't save that shit. Yeah, with this setup right here. So I picked up CPO, Cincinnati, Ohio. That's a new distance record. This is now on channel 26. I have picked it up on channel 26. SFJ on channel 24 from Newark, Ohio. It's sort of it's obviously not as far as Cincinnati. It's probably more I think it's in between like Columbus and maybe it's more it's closer to Columbus. Yeah, probably Columbus, right? Now it's on channel 19 and I haven't picked it up on channel 19. WXIX. This used to be my distance record, Newport, Kentucky. So this was my first Kentucky channel, even though I think it was actually in Cincinnati, but it was licensed to Kentucky. Newport, Kentucky on channel XIX. This is now on channel 15 and I have not picked it up on channel 15. RGT, I picked this up. It's now, it's my first Dayton channel. Now it's on channel 36 and I actually recently picked this up for the first time on channel 36. Yeah, like this year, a couple weeks ago, I guess. STR, yes, Cincinnati, Ohio. I picked this up. Now it's on channel 18. And I picked it up a few weeks ago again. Yes. CET. This, I only picked it up once on channel 34. So back then, WQHS from Cleveland was on channel 34, and that was a very strong Cleveland channel. It's like my most common Cleveland channel. And so this was on the same channel as WQHS Cleveland, and they're the same direction. So this one's much further away, so it's hard for this to overpower the Cleveland channel if I'm getting stuff in that direction. But I was able to get it right here. I haven't picked it up since, and it's on a different channel. I think it might be on channel 22. I don't even know but whatever it's on now, I haven't picked it up. WIPB from Muncie, Indiana. This is now on channel 19, or it was at least. I have picked it up on channel 19. I picked it up on channel 23 as well. Okay, so now we're doing WOIO. Okay, so this is on channel 18 now. I picked it up on 18, but not since my local Toronto channel went to channel 18. WKBN, this is now channel sharing with, I forget what channel it's sharing with, but this doesn't exist anymore. This used to be on channel 41, which used to be one of my Toronto channels. And so this overpowering the Toronto channel was interesting. WEPA, this was a low power, I believe, from Pittsburgh. Yep. I'm not even sure if this exists anymore. I don't think it does, to be honest. WKDKA, I think this is I don't know if I've picked this up more than once. I think I have actually, but it's very rare. It's still on channel 25, but I have a local channel 25. A very strong local channel 25 from Toronto, so it's hard to overpower that. WIIC, this was actually a really cool channel to pick up. This was the low power channel, and I've only picked it up once. And I remember that, yeah, I didn't know what the fuck this channel was. It wasn't listed as WIIC on my converter box. So, it would show the call sign when you would scan in a channel, and you would like Google the channel to see what it was. Now I'm much better at figuring what the channels are. You can go to this Rabbit Ears website, and they have a gigantic database where it lists all the channels. And if you click on a channel, it shows what all the channels are, what their names are, and all that sort of stuff. But I didn't know this at the time. I didn't know about this website at the time. So I forget what this was. It showed as a different call sign. And when I would Google it, nothing came up. So for channel 31, so I had no idea what it was until later when I actually realized what it was. But I remember that not knowing what it was at the time. WINP from Pittsburgh. This used to be on channel 38. I had a Buffalo channel from channel 38, so this overpowered the Buffalo channel, and now this is on channel 16. I picked it up on channel 16. WKBS. Okay, so this used to be on 46 from Altoona. Now it's on channel 6, and I picked it up recently, actually. This like a couple weeks ago. KBS, where the hell is it? Down here. Okay, so back on August 20th. And it's on channel 6, so it was very hard to get on channel 26 because it's a VHF low channel. And those are very hard to pick up. Tropo for Tropo. And I got a screenshot of it. So I was very happy when I picked this up. So we have SKG, okay, from Binghamton, okay, another 42. This, I don't even know if this still exists or not. I think it does, but I'm not sure what channel it's on. It might not exist, I don't know. WWCP, I think this still exists, but it's on channel 8, so I did pick it up when it was on channel 8. I think it's still on channel 8, but I haven't picked it up in a long time because one of my local Toronto channels is now on channel 8. PCW. This was a low power repeater. So WPCW was originally, the main channel was on channel 11. I picked that up earlier in the list here. So this is a low power repeater on channel 27 from Jeanette, Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh-ish area. So that, yeah, I picked that up, low power repeater, WVTT from Olean, New York. That's like further south of Buffalo. This was another channel that had a bunch of problems. It would just, the same as WDTP from Buffalo, it would transmit no video or audio. So it would just cause interference. It was a pointless channel. It's 9 o'clock, so we're going to go to Charge for CSI Miami. And now this is on channel 11, and I do pick that up once in a while. BRE from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, Scranton area. Yes, I picked this up this year. I picked it up once in a while. It actually has interference now with WVTT, which is interesting enough because they show up right next to each other. But because VTT is now on channel 11, so BRE is still on channel 11. Actually, on The Office, one of the episodes, there's a TV in the conference room, and they're showing a newscast. And if you look at the bottom right corner of the TV, I don't know if it's the bottom right hand corner or not, but WBRE is listed on the screen. So that's an interesting bit of trivia. They are using like a proper TV channel on the show, The Office, because that's set in Scranton, Pennsylvania. So that's actually kind of interesting. Okay, so WSWB 31, another Scranton channel. This is now on channel 34, and I have picked it up on channel 34. WTBY. I only picked this up once from Poughkeepsie, New York, sort of like near New York City-ish, right? Poughkeepsie, where the hell is it? I'm not even sure. Where's New York? It's over here. Poughkeepsie. Anyway, it's somewhere. I can't see it. Oh, it's up here. Okay, it's right up here. I remember picking this up. This was the only time I picked it up, and at the time it came in really strongly too. So I never saw it again since. And now I think it's channel sharing with another channel, so it doesn't even exist anymore. WFUT from Newark, New Jersey. This It's licensed to Newark, but I think it transmits from Empire State Building, New York City. Now it's on channel 26, and I haven't picked it up on channel 26. Hopefully I can do that one day. WKBD used to be on channel 14. Now it's on channel 34. I picked this up like a week ago or so from Detroit. WWNY from Messina or Messina. I don't know how to pronounce that. New York. That is just like... It's just up... What the hell is going on here? Yeah, it's like up here-ish, I think. So that's a low power. I think it's a repeater. I'm not even sure. WNPI, Norwood, New York. That's also the same general area. WEK. Okay, so that's it for 2015. Now we're on 2016. Okay, so now WEKA. So I think this was a new channel at the time. This is the low power from Canton, Ohio, like basically Cleveland area. Now it's on channel 26. I have picked it up on channel 26. Even it's a very low power channel, and it overpowered one of my local Toronto channels on 26. So that was actually really cool. PTD. This is another Dayton channel on channel 26. Now it's on channel 35, and I haven't picked it up. Channel 35. I haven't picked it up on channel 35. PTA, channel 34, Fort Wayne, Indiana. My first Fort Wayne channel. I picked this up recently, like a couple weeks ago. Again, I don't get Fort Wayne often. Here we got WANE. This is interesting because I have a local channel on channel 31. Even back then, my city TV channel, it's from Woodstock. It's like almost the same direction too as this. So I was aimed in that direction, and this overpowered my local channel. So that was really cool. It only came in very briefly. WKF, this was a new channel at the time on channel 18. That still comes in nowadays. Wayne, I think this is on channel 32 now, by the way. And I have picked it up on channel 32. WKF is now on channel 34, and I do pick it up when Dayton comes in. It's probably my most common Dayton channel. It was at the time as well, but now it still is. OSU on channel 38. This overpowers my local Buffalo channel. That used to be on channel 38. Now it's on channel 16, which also overpowers a local Buffalo channel, a different Buffalo channel, but that's kind of interesting. WLIO. So this is kind of interesting too, because from Lima, Ohio, I don't know. But it's like down here. So channel 8. So this was channel 8. There's a channel 8 from Cleveland that I would always get when I was aiming down here. And Lima is over here. So it's like very similar direction. And I picked it up once, this WLIO. I only picked it up once, but I did get it, so that was very cool. It overpowered the Cleveland channel 8. And here we have another channel 8, WWNT, Kalamazoo, Michigan. I think this is my first Kalamazoo channel. Yes, I got this a couple times. I'm not sure if I got this a couple times. This one I did get a couple times, GBU from Grand Rapids, Michigan. I haven't picked either of these up in years. TRF from Wheeling, West Virginia, yes. My first West Virginia channel. I picked this up once in a while. I have picked it up this year. VFX, okay, I remember this. Okay, so these 4 channels here. So there were some... And if you notice, they're all from the VHF high band. So for some reason, VHF high was just booming from the south. And I got all of these channels during that one event. Obviously, all on the same day here, but for some reason VHFI was just booming, and I picked up TRF VFX. This is interesting because I have a London channel on channel 10, so this overpowered the London channel. WBOY, yes. And QED is also interesting because that overpowered my my Kitchener, my local Kitchener channel. So I think this was only the second channel to overpower my Kitchener channel. That was exciting. TAE, this was a low power repeater. This was originally on channel 51, and it still was at the time. And a repeater is basically like a low power, it's another tower, another antenna, and it's on a different channel, but it's from a different location and it's low powered. And so this was a low power repeater for WTAE. And NB, I had to look this up because I don't even remember this. From Beaver, Pennsylvania. This is like Pittsburgh area. On channel 30, this was another low power channel, I think. You know, this might have changed call signs to PTG. Maybe not. No, I don't think that's true. Forget that. But I don't think this even exists anymore. WNNB. PCB, okay. Greensburg, Pennsylvania, also Pittsburgh area. So this is now on channel 28, and I have picked it up on channel 28. Okay, now we have, this is a new channel. It was at the time, from Owen Sound, that is up north. It used to be on 26, now it's on, so this was actually really tricky to get because I had a local channel from Buffalo area. It's actually Jamestown, New York. It's a little further south than Buffalo, but it was very strong. It came over the water, and it was a local channel, very strong local channel. And this was obviously in a different direction. Buffalo was like southeast, and this one was like northwest. And this overpowered that. I remember getting that. That was very cool. Now it's on channel 16, and I have picked it up on channel 16. JRT and SMH, they're both from Flint, Michigan. Flint is north of Detroit. CI 22, okay, from Stevenson, Ontario. I remember picking this up. This was another one of those things where I didn't know what it was. So I had to Google it. And I thought it was from Oshawa, Ontario, which is a completely different direction. Oshawa is like a little further past Toronto, whereas Stevenson, Ontario is down here, southwestern Ontario right here. It's actually this channel right here. And so Oshawa is like up here, right here. So there was an analog channel in Oshawa, but this is actually what the channel was from Stevenson, Ontario, yeah. And now it's on channel 33, and I have picked it up on channel 33. So it came in a few times on channel 22. I've only picked it up once on channel 32. Channel 33, it has a very strange antenna pattern. It's not pumping out much energy towards me at all, so it's very hard to get. We're almost at 200. Almost halfway through. At least I'm not really playing Doom. So, I mean, if this episode goes long, it'll be okay. 'Cause I'm not really taxing my arms. Okay. Okay, so now we're at BXZ. This was a new channel at the time. Sort of. It was a recent channel. From Buffalo. So this is a low power channel from Buffalo. And it was on channel 17, which was the same channel as one of my local... Okay, what the hell? Let's do... I want to do A183, right? Okay, we'll do ever received. Okay, so BXZ right here, channel 23. It used to be on channel 17. Okay, and so there's actually another channel 23 right under this channel 22, and the channel 23 that's underneath this used to also be on channel 17. So BXZ and the channel 23 over here used to both be on channel 17. Now they're both on channel 23. So the circumstances are identical now compared to before. So when I got this WBXZ, I remember getting this. This was also a really late night, and I remember it was very it was kind of chilly. It was fall, but it was like a chilly night. And yeah, it was like 4 in the morning. I was trying to get this for a while because this would have had to overpower my local channel, which is right here. Even though it's a different direction, it's very close, and it came in wherever I aimed my antenna. So, but this actually did come in. It overpowered it, so that was really cool. WJAC. So this is another low power repeater from Johnstown, Pennsylvania, of WJAC on channel 22. I don't know if this has a different channel now, but I did pick this up on channel 22. Now we're doing WILX, Wilkes, from Onondaga, Michigan. It's sort of like, let's see, I probably actually have it on my antenna here. Yeah, Wilkes right here. So like around Lansing, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids. So it's like Flint, like central Michigan, I guess. It's not really central, it's still south, but it's not even really that much south of, it's west of Detroit. Remember getting that. Wise, another Fort Wayne channel. So this was interesting as well because, did I pick up? No, I didn't. So, Wise. Let's see if I actually have it. Might. Anyway, it's right here, but so there's I have a London channel right here. I'm right here. London's right here. Back then, London, the London channel was on 18. Wise was on 18. So this channel right here, not this one, PTA, but WISE, it overpowered my London channel, and I was aimed in the same way, same direction. So that was pretty exciting. EYI, that's Saginaw, Michigan. It's a little further north, up here, I guess. Now that's on channel 18, and I think I did pick it up on channel 18. I think Wise is on channel 34 now. I think, and I have picked it up. I have picked it up on whatever channel it's on now. I'm not sure, to be honest, what channel it's on. EYI is now on 18, and I did pick it up on EYI on 18. WOUB, I remember getting this on channel 27. Now it's on channel 32, and I did pick it up once on channel 32, and I picked it up on another converter box that I have, and it came in for like a split second, just enough to show the call sign, so that was exciting. QDI, this was another new channel at the time. Like a recent channel that had just gone on air. So on channel, a very low power channel. So channel 21, I'm getting that. KOI, so this was actually pretty interesting. On channel 39, I remember getting this from Richmond, Indiana. So it's basically Dayton, Ohio area. Yeah, like right here, Richmond, Indiana. So it's on channel 39. And this was the only other channel 39 I got, I think, ever, to be honest. So you know what? I actually have something else. I'm gonna go over here. So I have a spreadsheet here. I've been making a spreadsheet for I don't know how many years, but I have all my channels listed here. And so we're just going to do a sort. Data, sort, and we're going to sort by, what are we sorting by? We are sorting by real. So what is real? Real is D. And I guess we'll do call sign next, which is E. All right, so what am I doing here? I'm looking at 39, right? So let's go down to 39. Okay, no, that's not true. Okay, my mistake. At the time, though, when I picked up WKOI, it was the only other channel I picked up on channel 39 because I had a local channel 39 from Buffalo. It was like 95 miles away, but for some reason I wasn't able to pick up another channel 39 for like, this is 5 years after I started channel hunting, and I had never picked up another channel 39 besides my local Buffalo channel. And here we go. I got this KOI channel from Richmond, Indiana. So that was really cool. WIPX. Okay. Oh shit. I remember this. So this, at the time, this was the craziest Tropo event I had experienced at the time. So this was like in the morning. It wasn't really early morning. It was in the morning, and it lasted until like just before noon. In terms of really good reception, I picked up a bunch of stuff. I got some new stuff, obviously, but I also picked up a bunch of rare stuff that I don't usually get. But so here, I had never broken the 400-mile barrier over 5 years, and I didn't think it was ever going to happen. And here we go. I picked up these 3 channels from Bloomington, Indiana. 426, 27, 26 miles, IPX, CLJ, TTV. TTV is now on channel 27. I picked it up on channel 27 as well. IPX is now on channel 28. I picked it up on channel 28 too. CLJ, I don't know what that is on now. I think it still exists, but it's on a channel that it's hard for me to get. So, like, I've got local channel on whatever channel it's on now. And then, like, I think probably half an hour later, I got this channel here, WUXP, from Nashville, Tennessee. My first Tennessee channel. And so today was the first time I got over 400 miles. And then all of a sudden I get this channel from over 600 miles away. That was insane. And this is what my TV screen looked like when I got it. WUXP, Get TV, and Comet TV. 30-1, -2, and -3. So I scanned it in with my converter box, and I took a picture. 617 miles, and that distance record lasted for not that long actually, but I was really excited. I mean, I was extremely excited when this happened. I remember being like just adrenaline was pumping when I was scanning, and I was searching for what the channel was. I think I knew of the Rabbit Ears website by now. Yeah, I must have known about the Rabbit Ears website, so I would have searched for the call sign in the Rabbit Ears website, and it showed up as Nashville, and I was just like, oh my God, what's going on? And I was just full of adrenaline. I was like almost shaking. I was so excited, and and so yes, an extremely exciting day. And then I guess it took a little while to get my another new channel. So now we go over here, NYT, a couple from Albany, New York, W10 and NYT. W10, that's on a different channel now. I don't know what that is. What channel? I thought that was on channel 25, but no, it's WNHT. Yeah, I think W10 is on. I don't know whatever new channel it's on now. I haven't picked it up. WNYT, I forget when the last time I picked it up. I picked it up a couple times though. It's on channel 12. I think it might still be on channel 12. W28DO. This was, I remember getting this. This is actually pretty funny because this is a low power from Elmira, and I picked up a low power from Elmira this year, like a few weeks ago. So let's just go back up here. Where the hell is it? Yes, W29EZ from Elmira. That's actually pretty funny. This one was on 29. I wonder if W28DO still exists. Okay, let's go to the Rabbit Ears website. I just need to see if it exists still. W28DO, okay. Oh, would you look at that? So W28DO is now renamed W29EZ. That's funny. Huh. That's really cool. So I picked both of them up then. Awesome. But this was interesting because I had a channel 28, a local channel 28 from Kitchener, and this low power channel overpowered my local channel 28. I remember picking this up too, and it came in for like a second. I got it on my converter box, so that was exciting. FMZ, this is a channel 46. I remember picking this stuff up. This all came from the same general direction. First time picking up YDC. For some reason, it took a long time to get YDC, even though it was on channel 48, and I didn't have any local channel 48s. For some reason, I mean, it's probably a low power, but it took ridiculously long for me to pick this up. Also, IVT on 34. It took a while to get this too. IVT, I picked that up this morning, actually. Now it's on channel 27. Where the hell is it? Is it? Yeah, right here, channel 27. And I picked it up this morning. And FMZ, I think they're channel sharing with someone else. I forget who. It's also, I don't know what channel it's on now. I think it might be on channel 9. Honestly, I don't know. YDC is now on channel 30, and I have picked it up on channel 30. Oh, this, WAOH. This channel doesn't exist anymore. So this is from Akron. This was very hard to get. You know, Akron / Cleveland, it just booms into me in the summer times, and this channel was very hard to get because the antenna pattern is like all south. It was like shooting nothing out towards the north. I'll just give you an example. So there are a bunch of low power channels that I have. It's a low power channel, and there are some more as well that have the strange antenna patterns, like this one here, WCDN. Okay, not so much that one. Okay, trying to see PNX, KYC, TCL maybe. No, that's non-directional. What the hell? VI, Vietcon. It's got to be this one. So it's got a very strange signal. It's not what I'm looking for though. UEK. This has got to be it. Yeah. Oh, well, this has another weird one, but it's like it was a very strange looking antenna pattern. So this, I'm like up here, so it's not shooting out as much. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what it looked like. I know these have very like extreme antenna patterns. Yeah, it's all south. But yeah, this was, I only picked it up once because it was so hard to get. And the time I did get it, like on this day here, it was booming. So for some reason, the reception conditions were just perfect for getting this channel. I still remember that. It was booming. Okay, so now we so that's it for 2017. So now we're into 2018. Okay, so we have got WSAZ, so Hunting, West Virginia. I remember picking this up. This was interesting because it's on channel 23, which was like the same area, same channel as my VPX for Macron. And Huntington, West Virginia is like down here or something. It's like around here, somewhere around here. Yeah, right here, near Charleston. So the same general area. And I remember this. Okay, so this was very strange because this happened like early evening, I want to say, or late afternoon. This WSAZ was coming in quite steady, and there were no other like long distance channels coming in, so it was very strange. I was just picking up local channels, and all of a sudden this channel was coming in too, and it was like I wasn't getting interference from anything else. So that was very strange. And right, okay, so this period of time here, I had no internet for I think 2 weeks. And so, yeah, by this time I had learned about these other sort of websites. Like I've shown this website multiple times on the video series, but the Tropo forecast. So this would show you, potential forecast for good reception conditions. So you'd be looking for the giant blobs and stuff. So I had learned about this website, and I was, checking it every day, multiple times a day, to see when would be the best time to search for channels and stuff like that. And so I had no internet for like 2 weeks, and so I was going to another location just to check email and to look at that website to see what the forecast was. And so when I was searching for channels this night, I had no internet, so I didn't know what I was picking up. I just wrote it all down in like a text file or on a piece of paper. I can't remember. Probably a piece of paper. I think I actually, no, I did save the piece of paper, but I probably threw it out by now. But I listed them all on a piece of paper. And so I ended up getting WKRN from Nashville, Tennessee, 631 miles. That is currently my distance record, my UHF distance record. And actually, I picked it up once, and it came in for like a second. And actually, like a few weeks ago, it came in for the second time, and it came in for a second. So I picked it up for like 2 seconds, and it was very exciting to get it. This picture, I took a picture of it, but this picture here is from when I picked it up a few weeks ago. This isn't from when I picked it up the first time. So when I picked up Nashville right here, I thought this was like just a one-time deal, because I had gone 5 years of channel hunting, and I hadn't even gone over 400 miles. So I was like, and all of a sudden I got 600 miles, and I was like, okay, that has to be like just a one-time thing. So I didn't know what these channels were because I had no internet, but I didn't think they were like really far away. And it turns out they were. So I got a lot of long distance stuff here. So you got Nashville, Salem, Indiana, PKI. This is now on channel 16. I picked this up a few weeks ago again. This was Like all of these channels, most of these channels were, except for SAZ, but they were like 1 second channels. They only came in 1 second on my converter box. So I basically left it on the frequency. I saw a little blip on the signal meter, and so I pressed search, and it scanned the channel in, and then it didn't show up because it was gone, but it showed the call sign. So I scanned the channel in. So these were very, very faint, very hard to pick up this night here. But I did get a whole bunch of channels, long distance channels, BKI, KPI. The only time I picked this up, I don't know. I'm assuming it probably changed channels since then. I don't know. Actually, DRB I did pick up again. Now it's on. Okay, so this is channel 49. This for whatever reason, it was hard for me to pick up channel 49s. I don't know why. I did have a local channel 49, but it was quite weak. So it didn't really make sense that I haven't picked up many channel 49s. But I did pick up this. Now it's on channel 32, and I did pick it up a few weeks ago as well. WDTN from Dayton, Ohio is now on channel 31. I also picked that up a couple weeks ago too. So this was an amazing night. And it looks like, yes, the next day, I remember this, I picked up a channel from Camden, New Jersey. WNJ, yes. And that feels like it was an afternoon one. And that was channel 200. So that was exciting. And then a week later, I picked up my first Illinois channel, WMBD from Peoria, Illinois. 527 miles. So that's very, very strange because I mentioned this before. I have a hill like right behind me. I'm like if I aim to the west, I'm aiming right into a hill. Two of my antennas are on top of the hill, but my antennas down here are aiming into the hill if I aim west. And Peoria is, where the hell is it? It's like up here. So, okay, it's over here. So it's sort of similar to South Bend. South Bend is right here. Similar direction as South Bend. So it's hard to get this sort of stuff, you know, especially long distance because of the hill. I actually picked up SBT, or not SBT, but I picked up South Bend like a week ago or something on my antennas down here. Well, they were aimed at Cleveland, like down here. So very strong. And that was the first time I picked up Peoria. And I might have picked it up twice, but I'm not sure. WADL from Mount Clemens, Michigan. This is now on channel 27. That comes in often now. But getting on channel 39 was exciting because of my local channel 39 from Buffalo. It was hard to overpower that, but I did overpower it. You can see it was one of the last ones. Where is it? WADL, yes, right here. One of the last ones to overpower my local WIVB from Buffalo. Okay, now we're doing DBJ. I picked this up actually a few weeks ago too. Back then it was on channel 18. Now it's on channel 30. 439 miles. From Roanoke, Virginia, my first Virginia channel. So, yeah, right here. Roanoke. What antenna is this? Okay, let's go to a different antenna. Yeah, here it is, DBJ right here. Now it's on channel 30. TLJ, okay, Muskegon, Michigan. So that is like western Michigan. It's probably the furthest channel I picked up in Michigan. Like the most western channel I picked up in Michigan. I don't think I picked it up on this. But where the hell would it be? It's like, yeah, it's up here. I hope you're enjoying the music, by the way. because I very much am. I mean, this is probably the most unwatchable video that I've made so far. First of all, we have this amazing music. And then we have me talking about TV channels. 400 TV channels that I picked up. And we're halfway through. Let's just do a time check, by the way. You're 2 hours in. This might be a 4-hour video. This might be a 4-hour video. If it is, I have to at least play one level of Doom. Or else, what's the point of even doing this, right? Okay, so we're on TLJ, yes, TAE. Okay, oh, here you go. Okay, so now I've got something to talk about. So, around here, so they started introducing, so they were going to do another repack of the UHF channels. So if you remember earlier in this video, I talked about UHF being channel 14 to 83, like way back. Then they took out a bunch of channels and now it was 14 to 69. And then they took out a bunch of channels and now it was 14 to 51. And then around here, they were gonna cut out even more channels again. And they were going to give them to cell phone companies, and so now UHF was going to be channel 14 to 36, and that's what it is currently. So the amount of channels has just absolutely shrunk down. There's like no channels left. So I mean, all of these cities, there's no room for all of these channels to fit. So there's so much interference, especially when you have these big reception events. So it causes chaos because there are so few channels and there are so few frequencies, but so many channels. So they're all overlapping and causing interference with each other. But they introduced that. And so everyone who was from channel 38 to 51 had to move out of that band because that band was being given to the cell phone companies. So they had to change channels. And so that's why all of these channels started changing. So channels were changing around, and so they had to not everyone, but because certain channels can interfere too much with other channels, and it's really complicated. So now some channels had to share with each other. So instead of two channels, you would have one channel, and they would have to share with each other. And so some channels, all the channels above channel 36. Channel 37 was never a TV channel. It's designated for something. I don't even know what the hell it's for. But it's not TV. So everything above channel 36 had to move down, had to either go off air or sell their frequency, or move down into the TV band, which was now channel 2 to 36. And so this WTA, this was, I think, I'm not sure, but it was the first channel I picked up. It was like my first repeat channel. So it used to be on channel 51. Now it's on channel 27, and it's currently on channel 27 as well. So it changed to channel 27, and I picked it up on channel 27. It does count as a new channel though, because it's on a different frequency. So so that counts as a new channel. If it changes frequencies, then it does count as a new channel. But if it changes call sign, but it's still on the same frequency, then that does not count as a new channel. And that's happened to me a couple times. So unfortunately, that doesn't count as a new channel. But if a channel you picked up already changes channels, then changes frequencies, then that does count. So this is me picking up this, and then, okay, WNBC, my first time picking this up. I remember this. This was my first introduction to this giant map over here on the Rabbit Ears Live Bandscan map. It looked a little different back then. And it loaded a lot more slowly. Like, it took forever to load all this stuff. I was not a part of this at the time. I still wasn't a part of this, unfortunately, in 2018. But I remember, because this channel, this is why I looked at it, because someone posted a link. Because a whole bunch of us got this WNBC from Newton, New Jersey, which is basically New York City, and like people from all over, they were picking it up. And I remember going to the website and seeing how many people were picking it up, and I think at this time I was keeping track of this one guy's results. This guy here, he is the guy who does the tropo forecast maps. I've mentioned this before on the video stream, on the video series. He's the guy. He was a meteorologist. He makes these forecast maps, and he also searches for channels. And I would keep track of I would keep an eye on his results, so I would know, I would have a better idea of when I should search. Because if he's getting stuff, it's possible that I'm getting stuff, because we're not that far away from each other. I think we're like 30 miles away from each other. So it's quite possible if he's getting stuff, then I might be getting stuff too. So I was looking at his channel list and his channel map at the time. And when I got WNBC, when a bunch of us got WNBC, I remember going to the big map. So that was my first introduction to the big map, I believe. So WBYD, Pittsburgh. So, you know what? Oh, I know what happened. Okay, so WIVB was on channel 39. That was one of my local Buffalo channels. And like I mentioned, all the channels above 36 have to move down. And so what WIVB did, they started channel sharing with what are they called? WNLO, which is the CW channel in Buffalo. So they're actually currently channel sharing. So they left channel 39, and I was able to pick up since they weren't on channel 39 anymore, I was able to get this WBYD. This is a low power channel from Pittsburgh. So I remember picking that up. That was very exciting, because now I had no interference from channel 39, so I could search freely for new channel 39s. Unfortunately, I think I only was able to get one. So that's kind of sad. But I did pick up one, so that's good at least. This WTOO, that was really cool. This, I think, I only picked this up once. Now it's on channel 32. BYD is now on channel 19. I have not picked it up on channel 19. TOO is now on channel 22. I have not picked it up on channel 22. I only picked it up once when it was on channel 23. NYE from New York, New York. I remember getting this on channel 24. I think it's still on channel 24. I think I only picked it up once, though. I remember this. Okay, I remember picking up WHYY. So I was still using this antenna setup. I was only using one antenna. So basically, a UHF antenna and a VHF antenna. I was still only using one antenna. Now I have 3 down here and 2 up on the hill. So I'm using 5 antennas. It's much better to use 5 antennas if you're channel hunting. It's much better to use 8 antennas. The more antennas, the better, aimed in different directions. But I was still only using one at the time. And I remember picking this up, WHYY. It came in, I think, kind of briefly. Yeah, I don't think it was that strong. Wilmington, Delaware. But, I mean, it says it's licensed to Delaware, but it's like Philadelphia. So, I mean, like Wilmington, Philly, Newark, they're all like right around each other. Where the hell is it? Yeah, so you got Philadelphia right here. You got Wilmington right here. Oh, Trenton, New Jersey. Okay. Here's Vineland, New Jersey. Newark. Where the hell's Newark? Camden, New Jersey. I don't see Newark. No, wait a minute. Newark is near. Yeah, Newark is near New York. Yeah, okay. I meant to say Trenton. That's what I meant to say. Trenton, New Jersey, Philadelphia, and Wilmington. They're all like really close to each other. Okay, so WSE changed to channel 21. So this is a usual Erie channel for me. I picked that up. Okay, oh, so this is interesting. W16DO. For some reason, it took a while for me to get this. This was a low power channel from Cleveland. And I think they renamed their channel to W27EA. And I picked that up a few times a year now. It actually comes in sort of often. I am assuming it must be, it's still low power, but I think it's probably a little higher power than whatever it used to be. BGU, so I picked this up before on the list, but now it changed to channel 22, so I picked it up. I haven't picked it up since. I think I picked it up a few times while it was on channel 22, but now one of my locals is on channel 22. NWO, Toledo, Ohio. So yeah, I'm just trying to think, because one of my Buffalo channels changed to 23, but no, I would have seen it. Okay, so this was just before that, I bet. Maybe not just, but it was before that. Okay, so Toledo, Ohio. CHS, Charleston, West Virginia. I started one of my previous videos with this on the screen during one of the big events. So that was exciting. And it's still on channel 29. Charleston, West Virginia. So this checks here. This is a new channel. Was a new channel on channel 29, a low power channel. It's only 67 miles, but it's very low power. And it's from Oshawa, Ontario, just east of Toronto. I remember getting that with my... Wait a minute, I think I have a picture of this somewhere. I swear I have a picture of this. I took a picture of it. I should upload it to my website. I must not have uploaded it. 425. Okay, so here we go. Wait a minute. Okay, so okay, 2019. So I'm gonna see when did I start using this this thing here. So we have the map here. When did I start using this live band scan? I need to know that. So my first HD home run I used was this one. So let's go everything ever received. And so it was 2019. Yeah, look at this. 2019 April 2019. And this is April 2019. Okay, so by now I started using the Rabbit Ears Live Band Scan. So that's this giant map here. And so what this is, so I've mentioned this before, so you get an HD home run. An HD home run is a network-based TV tuner. So you hook your antenna into the HD home run. You hook the HD home run into your home network, and you can watch TV on wirelessly with devices and stuff, like on your computer, on your smart TV, on your tablet, on your phone, whatever. So that's the draw of the HD home run. However, the HD home run also has a bunch of software that lets you communicate with it. And so what some guy did, he was able to, he wrote a program that auto scans through the channels using the HD home run, and then it uploads the data, the scan results, to a website, and it displays it on a map like this, and also in logs like this. So the program continuously scans through the channels. It scans through all the channels, and then it uploads the results, and then it scans through the channels again, uploads the results, and it goes in a loop. So it's constantly scanning and uploading. And so then you end up getting these graphs that last forever. You get a progress report of what your TV channels are doing and how well they're coming in. And so I finally figured out how to do this, and another bit of a learning curve. So I got an HD home run. I hooked it up. I hooked it up to my antenna. See, this is where it gets tricky to remember. So I think by this time I got my new antenna. So that's right. Okay, so it was around here. So I may have still been using this setup. But by this time, there was a bunch of heavy wind gusts. It was bending my mast, and I had to lower the mast, and then my clamps that were clamping the antenna to the pole, they were screwing up. The wood was bending, and so the antenna was just turning on its own. So I needed a better setup, and so I also wanted to try and do the searching for channels on the VHF low band, so channels 2 to 6 as well. And this antenna was not set up for that because the elements are too short. And so what I did was I got, let's go back over here. So this antenna here, I got like the same antenna, but it's the VHF low version. So this only works with VHF high. I got the other one, which also works with VHF low. So the elements are longer at the back here. The front part is the same, basically, but the back elements are longer. So they work for VHF low and VHF high, and for UHF. And I should have a picture of that if I go on my website here. It's not my website. So let's go here. Let's do OTA setup. This one right here. Okay, so here's my current, I still have this up. This is actually my current setup. So this gigantic antenna is the same antenna as this, but with the exception of these back elements here. You can ignore this wood antenna thing here. It's the thing up at the very top. So you can see these elements are much longer at the back compared to these ones. So that means that this one is designed for VHF low, channel 2 to 6, and for VHF high, channel 7 to 13. And this front part here is designed for UHF, channel 14 to, this one is still designed for UHF 14 to 69, but there's only 14 to 36 now. So I joined the live band scan, the big map here, with my HD home run. So I think this this antenna here, it was on, so before I put it up on the main mast on my tower, I had it on like a shorter mast. I was just testing it out. And actually, yeah, at that time, I think I had it plugged into, I don't know what I had it plugged into. I had it plugged into an analog tuner. Yeah, my analog TV. I was picking up channels from Cuba through eSkip, so off the ionosphere. So like over 1,000 miles away, analog Cuban channels. I remember recording a little bit of it because it was in a language I didn't understand. And there was the picture was very fuzzy. I remember uploading that to a website and asking them if they knew what it was, and they and some guy did. He pulled up like the TV schedule for the exact time when I said it was happening, and he had like a transcript as well of like the exact. It was like a commercial or something in between programs, but he was able to identify the channel for me, so that was really cool. So I was using this antenna down at a lower mast temporarily before I put it up on the main mast. And so I got checks, and so okay, so that's just leading you into 2019. So I was on the band scan, the live band scan by now. So CFTO channel 8, this used to be on channel 9. This is a local channel from Toronto. It changed to channel 8. CBET is from channel 9. The first time I picked this up because CFTO was on channel 9 originally, ever since I started in 2012. And I had never picked up anything else on channel 9 before. Only CFTO. So now that CFTO moved, now channel 9 was open. So I was able to find stuff, and I quickly found CBET from Windsor, Ontario. That was good. This one, I remember this. Okay, so I mentioned this in a previous video. I talked about it. So this actually right here, from May 22nd to May 23rd. I distinctly remember this because I was still manually scanning, even though I was a part of this this giant map here that did the auto scanning. I was still manually scanning too because it was very exciting. So I still like doing that. And so for this night here, I literally did not go to sleep because the conditions were really good and I was picking up a lot of stuff. I picked up this really quickly. It was like 9 p.m. or something on channel 29. I picked it up with my HD home run actually. It was probably the first channel I picked up, like the first long distance channel I picked up. So I would leave it on a channel on a frequency, and then this channel popped up, and it would show the what fucking antenna is this? Okay, it would show the call sign here. And I remember leaving it on channel 29, and WTTK popped up very briefly, and so I was very excited. So that must have been my first channel on the HD home run config. And so I stayed up, and I stayed up all night. And then at like 6 a.m., I finally got another new channel. This one right here, WTVS. And this one was very hard to get because it's on Detroit, and I only got it once, and it only came in for like a second. So WTVS, it was on channel 43 at the time, and I had a local Buffalo channel from channel 43, and I was never able to get this until that night or that morning. And the reason why I talked about this on a previous video is because later that day I had to go into work and print a whole bunch of maps, and I was a zombie. So I think when I was done, I went home and I had a bit of a nap. I was very tired that day, but it was worth it. I got 2 new channels, and so yeah. Now we're doing another channel 9, WTOV from Steubenville, Ohio. So that should be down here. Yeah, WTOV. It's sort of near Pittsburgh. Oh, I remember this night. Yeah, for some reason, I was getting the UHF stuff from Ottawa, which is like northeast. Okay, let's do a different antenna. Yeah, up here. I was getting CBOFT, CHCH. Those are the channels I got, right? Yeah. Both of these. So I was getting those from the northeast, and meanwhile I was getting like the VHFs from south. It was very strange. And that's actually really weird because so I mentioned how my antenna was it was sort of falling apart here. And so the UHF antenna was aimed in a different direction than my VHF antenna. And coincidentally, I was aimed at Ottawa with my UHF antenna, and my VHF antenna was aimed south towards towards Steubenville. And I think I also picked up WTRF on channel 7, but I had already picked that up before, so it's not new. But I did get it during this event here. It's just strange that I was the way my antennas were oriented. I was picking stuff up on both of them, like long distance stuff on both of them. It was very strange. I've only picked up this once and this once. I haven't picked up these ever again. It's hard for me to get Ottawa. I'd like to have a dedicated antenna towards Ottawa, but hopefully when I get a new tower. Okay, so here, all right. So now, yes, okay. So by now, so right around here, I put up this antenna. I put it up here on the tower. So it went from its temporary small mast up to the big mast on top of the tower. And I also, so I basically, I bought some new masts as well. They're EMT conduits. And so I replaced these bent ones that bent from the wind. And I removed this antenna too, so because it was falling apart. So I bought an Antennas Direct DB8E. I don't have a picture of it, but I mean, I could search for it. Antennas Direct DB8E. Yeah, okay, so okay, I don't know why it's 492. Let's go to the actual Antennas Direct website. Yeah, so I mean, so this is called a bow tie antenna because, you know, these things look like bow ties. So the bow ties are the antenna part, and then you have the like the screen things at the back. Those are the reflectors. So what these are, they're actually like they're two 4-bay antennas hooked together. So it's basically an 8-bay antenna. And so the thing about this antenna, the draw, is you can flip each bay in a different direction. So if you have channels in multiple directions, you can flip one bay towards that direction and another bay towards the other direction, and then you only have one cable coming down. But if you do that, it decreases the like the strength of the antenna. So if you put both bays in the same direction, it's quite a strong antenna. It's a very strong antenna. So I bought this antenna, and I stuck it underneath. Where the hell is my picture? Did I? Okay, I must have lost it. So let's go back over here. OTA setup. Okay, so I put the DB80 under this. So basically, this thing was replaced with the DB80. I put it under the this giant antenna. Actually, when I was installing this, I originally wanted to put the DB8 above this big antenna here. So I had like a smaller mast that I was going to bolt into this mast here. And I drilled the holes and all that. I had the bolts ready. I had the DB80 attached to the small mast. And so I climbed the tower and I got ready to put it into the mast, but it was too heavy, and I couldn't get it, and I couldn't fit my body in between these elements here, and it was getting really stressful. And then it ended up I couldn't hold it anymore, and it fell behind me onto this antenna, and it actually bent some of these elements a little bit. So I had just put the antenna up, and I already fucking broke it. And so that was pretty stupid of me. So I ended up just putting the antenna underneath, and I didn't want to do that anymore. So originally I wanted to have the DB80 on top, and that would have been much better, but it was underneath. And still, this antenna here is underneath as well. I would have rather it be above, but unfortunately it's not. So that is my current setup at the time around here. So this channel here, WNYB, used to be on channel 26, now it's on channel 5. So it moved to channel 5. So yeah, they got a lot of money. So I mean, if a channel voluntarily moved, if they gave up, like if they were on UHF and they were already under channel 36, they were on channel 26, so they had a prime UHF property, prime UHF frequency, and they ended up selling that frequency and moving to the VHF low band, and they got like millions of dollars for it. I think, I don't know if it was millions, but like there was ridiculous amounts of money that were paid to these TV channels for giving up their frequencies. Like, it's ridiculous how much money some of these channels got. So this moved to channel 5, and I did get it with my new setup. picture a DB8 here, but I got it with this antenna, with the long elements, because it's on channel 5, VHF low. Right. Okay. And then shortly after, so, I mean, talk about beginner's luck, right? So right at the very right at the very beginning, pretty much, I got a new antenna right here. 3 days later, I got a fuckload of channels. So beginner's luck, right? I'm thinking, oh wow, DXing is that easy. You just aim your antenna, you get a shitload of channels. No, it's not that easy. But once again, I get beginner's luck. So we have WBPH on channel 9. That was really exciting. Another channel 9. Now that CFTO is off channel 9, CFTO down here. So I got CBET, I got WTOV, and I got WBPH. So that was very exciting. And I got WRGB on channel 6 from 323 miles away from Schenectady. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. It's sort of like it's near Albany. I should actually have it if I go to the right antenna. Yeah, because it popped up on this, didn't it? WRGB, yeah, right here. So Kingston, yeah, it's south of Albany. Schenectady, where the hell is Schenectady? Don't even know where it is. Like, I can't even see it. Oh, it's way the hell up here. So it's licensed up here. This, I believe, is a... Yeah, okay. Anyway, forget about that. But yeah, it's over here. And so 300 miles away. And I thought, you know, I got my new giant antenna with the long-ass elements. By the way, these elements... This antenna is 14 feet wide. These long-ass elements, 14 feet long. These long elements are at the longest point down here. They're 9 feet wide. So I was, you know, I have a new gigantic antenna. I should be able to get these channel 2 to 6s that I want now that I have a proper antenna. So I pick up a WRGB and it came in pretty strongly, and I thought, oh wow, I'm gonna get a whole bunch of VHF low stuff now. Awesome. And I think it took like 2 years, maybe more than 2 years, for me to get another VHF low Tropo. Crazy. Like, it was actually last year, so 3 years. It took 3 years for me to get another VHF low Tropo channel. Crazy. I didn't realize how hard it was. You can see there's VHF low stuff here, but this isn't Tropo. This is E-skip. So this is when the channels bounce off the ionosphere. And Tropo is when the channels bounce off the troposphere. So when they bounce off the ionosphere, you get really big distances. But when you do the troposphere, you get shorter distances, generally. And so, yeah, there you go. My first VHF low Tropo. Yes. I only have 2. Oh, no. I got like 4 now. Yeah, I got 4. But still, this was like beginner's luck. Okay, so here we go. WKBD, Detroit. So we're running into repeats now because all the channels are changing channels now because they have to get off of the channel. They have to go below channel 36 now. So KBD used to be on, don't even remember. KBD was channel 50, I think. No, it was PKD or KBD. Honestly, I don't remember. Anyway, it changed channels. If you want to know what it was, you can go back and I can do a search. Why not? Why don't I just do a search? WKBD 34. Oh right, 14. Channel 14. Okay. So WMYD, yes. It changed to channel 31, so I picked it up on channel 31. WINP used to be channel 38, changed to channel 16. Okay, so here we go. CITS from Hamilton used to be on channel 36, and when it was on channel 36, I'd never picked up anything else on channel 36. I'd never overpowered my CITS channel, and then it moved to channel 14. So, and now that it's on channel 14, I've never picked up anything else on channel 14. I've never overpowered my channel 14. So this channel has been on 2 different channels, and I've never overpowered it. Honestly, I think it's. So I only have 2 channels that I've never overpowered. The CITS and CFTO. Everything else I have overpowered. So hopefully it'll happen one day. I mean, I mentioned this earlier in the video, but right now this CITS channel is at decreased power. And it still is too. It's not even showing up. So it's right here. You can see, wow, there's a little blip right there. I don't know what that was. You can see it. So I'm picking up. Ooh, getting some London. Oh, I hope it gets a little stronger, because there's a channel 14 from London that I'm dying to get. CHCH from London. So, oh, look at this. Got some interference too. Fucking hurry up, do it. Because this is going to go back to full power. I'm surprised that it hasn't gone back yet. So I wonder what happened. Why are they at low power? You can see right here. Okay. Oh, right. This I remember vividly. So this was my first. Oh no, that's not true. It was my first digital e-skip event. So I had mentioned with my gigantic antenna here, this thing with the long ass elements on the back for the VHF low. E-skip is generally only VHF low. So the VHF low channels bounce off the ionosphere. The ionosphere is a layer of the atmosphere that's above the troposphere. So it's even further up in the sky than the troposphere. And so this was my first digital event with e-skip. And yeah, so what I'm trying to say is I mentioned that I had picked up Cuba. So that was an e-skip event, but that was analog. So that's different. So this was my first digital event, and this was really cool. I remember, I forget which channel it was. I can't remember. I think it was KBSD. One of these channels, though, I distinctly remember it was coming in very, very steady, like the strongest I've ever seen e-skip before. Like, this is another beginner's luck thing, because when I got all this shit, I was like, oh my god, e-skip is so fun. It's so awesome. And of course, I didn't realize how sporadic e-skip is. It's like just something just comes in a split second. Whereas during this day, it was so strong. And one of the channels, it was totally steady for quite a while. And I think it was a Sunday afternoon, because they were showing a fishing show. So it was like sport fishing show. That's what they show on Sundays, right? I forget which channel it was. It was probably KBSD. or it could have been KXDA. I'm not sure, but I got some pictures that's of the HD home run config GUI. This program right here. Okay, NHL. That's cool. NHL hockey season starting in like a week. KWNB. Good stuff. Okay, so now we got WEYI. This used to be on channel 30. Now it's on channel 18. So I picked it up. And also I picked up WBSF on channel 23. Yeah, okay. So that was exciting. Yes, okay. So I was picking up these channel 23s before my local channel, my local CIII, which is global, from Paris, went to channel 23. Because once that happens, channel 23 is basically going to be useless for me. It's going to be very hard to get a new channel because this is a very strong local channel. And so I was able to pick up this WBSF from Bay City, Michigan, which is around Saginaw. So that was very exciting too. What antenna did I pick that up on? I feel like I picked it up on one of these, didn't I? It's, yeah, this one, right? Yeah, WBSF right here. WXXI Rochester changed to channel 22 from channel 16, so that's that comes in all the time. So this one, WSYT on channel 14, I got really lucky here because my CITS channel here, I think it was off air at the time. So I mentioned that I've never picked up anything on channel 14 since CITS went to channel 14. But I don't think that's actually true. You know what? I think they were just testing. So CITS was just testing. Yeah, I remember. So they just tested very briefly for like just a matter of minutes on channel 14 before they actually changed the channels permanently. So they were still on channel 36, but they tested channel 14. And I picked it up, and so I marked it here. But they were, so I did manage to get WSYT. I think WSYT changed to channel 14, so I was able to pick up, luckily able to pick up SYT before CITS permanently changed to channel 14. So they had just temporarily changed to channel 14, and then they went back to 36, or they were on channel 36 the entire time. They turned 14 off, and I was able to get this SYT just in time. So that was very exciting. WUTV used to be on 14. They changed to channel 32. So here we got a bunch of Buffalo channels, channel changes. WNLO changed from channel 32. Oh, that's right. So WUTV took over WNLO's antenna. So, and WNLO moved. So WNLO and IVB used to be on channel 39. And then they left channel 39 and they shared with WNLO on channel 32. And then what happened is, and so WIVB's tower that they were transmitting from, they were no longer on that. So because they went to WNLO's tower on channel 32. And so what ended up happening was WUTV changed antennas with WNLO /WIVB, and WNLO /WIVB went back to the WIVB tower and went to channel 36 instead of 39. So kind of confusing there, but confusing /interesting. And so here we go. WVPX, they changed to channel 22. So I was able to pick up this quite easily because actually, yeah, this was one of my strongest Cleveland/Akron channels at the time, because one of my local channels hadn't changed to channel 22 yet. They were still on 28. So I was picking up VPX like all the time in the summer. Yeah, in 2019 summer. So that was very cool. Now I rarely ever pick it up because I've got a local channel on 22. So this is CII. This changed to channel 23 from channel 17. 24, PXJ, used to be on channel 23, and now it changed to channel 24. And it also went to Buffalo. So this used to be from Batavia, 111 miles. Now it's from Buffalo. Wait a minute. Yes. There's some really convoluted thing going on here. Some piece of history I'm missing. Like, I think this WPXJ on channel 24. So they moved from Batavia, and I think they moved to the WNYO tower, which I don't see here, but they were on channel 49. And I think they moved there because they were going to take over the WNYO tower, which is a Buffalo channel, because WNYO was going to take over WUTV's original channel 14 tower. So that's where that all loops back together. So WUTV took over WNLO's 32 antenna. WNLO and WIVB went back to the WIVB tower and went to channel 36, and WPXJ left Batavia, went to the WNYO tower, while WNYO went to the WUTV tower on channel 14, the old WUTV tower. Very confusing. So here we go, WHAM. So this used to be on channel 13, now it went to channel 9. Now that it's on channel 9, it comes in all the time. It used to not come in very often because it was on channel 13. So I had a local channel 13. WEAO changed from channel 49, I believe, channel 24. So it comes in once in a while. WROC changed from 45 to 21. That comes in all the time. WYTV. So this is interesting. So I got lucky again. So this is on channel 36. So why is this interesting? WYTV 36. WYTV, okay. Oh, right. Okay, this is why it's interesting. I had never picked up WYTV before. Right, that's why. Okay. I'd never picked up WYTV before because they were on channel 36. This is so confusing because I have all this in my head, but I don't speak it out. And there's 400 channels, so I mean, it's hard to keep track. But my local CITS channel that is now on channel 14 used to be on channel 36. I mentioned that I've never replaced it. I've never overpowered it with another channel. And so it finally moved to channel 14. So by now it's not on channel 36 anymore. It's on channel 14. However, WYTV was about to move to channel 31. You can see up here, 6 days later, it was on channel 31. 4 days later, it was on channel 31. So I somehow managed to pick this up from Youngstown, Ohio, just in time to pick it up again on its new channel. So, I mean, I had no time to pick it up on channel 36 before it changed frequencies. So I got really lucky there. BNX that was another very, this channel here, channel 23, CII, used to be on channel 17. And there was a WKYC from Cleveland used to be on channel 17 as well. And once this changed to channel 17, I never got KYC anymore. And now this moved to channel 23, and this moved to channel 17, and KYC ended up moving to channel 19. But now channel 17 is open again, briefly, because a Toronto channel will eventually move to channel 17. But so far, for the time being, 17 is an open frequency for me. So BNX and VPX were like Akron, both Akron, but they were like my most common Cleveland channels. They came in all the time. Whenever Cleveland would come in, those channels would come in. And I remember, yes, I had my dual TV set up. So why did I have my dual TV set up? Right, because I had two antennas. I had the big giant one here, which is a combo antenna, VHF and UHF. So I had that coming down and going into one of my TVs. It was probably on my old TV that also had a converter box on it that I could search with. And my DB80, which was down here, was coming into my main TV. And both of these antennas were also going into HD home runs, which were then being fed to the giant map here. So doing their auto scanning, and I was relaying my reception information onto the giant map. And I already lost what I was trying to say. I remember. So I used to have, my main TV would be on. I'd be watching TV, or I'd just have it on. And my old TV, I would turn it on when there was really good reception, if I was trying to hunt for a new channel. And so I would have it on channel 17, WBNX. That's what I would have it on, because that antenna was aimed at Cleveland. Yes, that antenna was aimed at Cleveland. So basically, the big antenna was aimed at Cleveland, and the DB80 was aimed at Buffalo. So it's sort of similar to this bottom one here. One of these is aimed at Cleveland, and one of them is aimed at Buffalo. So they're like 90 degrees, not 90, 45 degrees. That's 90 degrees, isn't it? Yeah, 90 degrees apart. Yes, I can do math. And so I would have this RF17 WBNX always on I would just leave it there, and it would always come in. And I remember King of Queens would often come on for some reason. I don't know why, but I have vivid memories of, turning the TV on during these crazy reception events, or just waiting for a crazy reception, and Cleveland would come in, and King of Queens would be on for some reason. Okay, so WQHS on 36 is now my most common Cleveland channel, even though it's on the same channel as my local WNLO channel. But I mean, this is an even stronger local channel for me, 17 and 22. So these VPX and BNX rarely come in anymore. So QHS is my most common now from Cleveland. So it changed from 34 to 36. WPBS changed from, I don't even know what it was on. It's quite possible I didn't pick it up on whatever channel it used to be on. Yeah, I honestly don't remember what it used to be on. But it changed to channel 26, and I picked it up. And I also picked up both from Watertown, New York, which is northern New York, over the lake. WWTI used to be 21, channel 21. And then went to 31, so I picked that up. This is an interesting one, too. So this was WVNC. Okay, so I never was able to pick this up because it's another Watertown channel. So let's go to Watertown. Watertown is like up here, right? Yeah, right up here. Let's see. Watertown. So it's up here. WVNC it's a low power channel, and WROC used to be on channel 45 from Rochester, and it was a high power channel. So Rochester is right here, and Watertown is right here. So 45 here and a 45 here, and this is much more high powered, and it's over water as well. So I was never able to get this one while WROC was on channel 45. But then ROC went to channel 21, and I was finally able to pick up VNC. Looks like I picked it up on the same day. That's actually crazy. Like as soon as, maybe not as soon, but like I don't know when ROC went off of 45, but I know that I picked up 21 on the same day that I picked up VNC. So that was interesting. This was a new channel from Aurelia. This is up north. CFTO on channel 21. This was I don't know how new this was, but it was a recent channel. It was from 2019. And I picked it up. WSPX on channel 36. Once again, Syracuse. I never picked this up before. I forget what it was on before. SPX. I wonder if it was channel 30 original or 50 originally. Anyway, it ended up changing channels, and I picked it up on 36. This WIOIO used to be channel 24, and it changed to channel 18. I would luckily got it before my Toronto channels changed to 18. This one, FXP, changed from 24, I think. No. It changed, I forget. But it went to channel 26. It's crazy, I can't remember. But it went to channel 26, and I picked it up. Luckily, I picked it up because when one of my Toronto channels went to 26, I haven't picked this up since then. WJet always comes in. It's on 28 now. It's 28's an open frequency, so WJet always comes in. It might actually be coming in now. It is, yeah, so right here. WJet is coming in. Let's just do another check on my London antenna. So it's still not coming in. So I really need some strong London reception tonight in order to get my CHCH on channel 14. That would be amazing. FMJ, this used to be on channel 20. So I've got a really strong local channel on channel 20 that at the time, I had never overpowered it. So I have since then, since here, but at the time I did it. So I was never able to pick up FMJ. Now it's on channel 33, and it comes in quite often. So that's kind of funny. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get it while it was on channel 20. And here we go. YTV changed from channel 36 to channel 31. I was able to get both of them, so got really lucky there. ATM changed from 24, I believe, to 31. And was able, this comes in, like once or twice a year. 38 ET. This was actually WVIZ, the one on channel 38. I mentioned it like a long time ago. And I mentioned that it changed call signs to W34. I forget. WEP or something? I'm not sure what it's called. FP. W34 FP. Yeah, here it is right here. W34 FP. But it's the same channel as this. So they changed. It was I wrote it as WVIZ, but that was just the call sign. It's on that they displayed. The actual call sign, I forget what it was. It was probably W3080T back in the original placement of the list, down at the bottom of the list there where I initially put it. But they ended up changing it from W3080T to W34FP. For some reason, I'm not sure why. But so that's that. This one I remember. This one, WFNY, channel 16. So there was the WNYO channel from, I mentioned a couple times, from Buffalo. It will end up moving to channel 16, but it hasn't done it yet. So it's still on channel 49. And this one I remember because I forget why, but I left my tuner, like I had my HD home run tuner open, and I left it on channel 16 on my antenna that was aimed this way. I left it on channel 16, and then I walked my dog, and when I got back, the channel came in. It was actually coming in as I walked in the door. So that was, I remember, like, you know, because whenever I come back, I check to see the tuner, see if anything came in, and something was coming in. So that was another one of those very exciting days where you leave the tuner on a channel, you leave and you come back and something's coming in. So it ended up working out very well. So that was very exciting. WF. This is a low power channel too, by the way. I've only picked it up once. Whenever this day was, yeah, 820. Okay, WTAJ. That was, it changed channel. This used to be channel 32, yeah. And I did pick it up on 32, and now it's channel 24. Once again, it comes in a couple times a year, still on channel 24. WSWV. I managed to pick this up on channel 34. Luckily, before my Buffalo channel changed to channel 34, and it's basically the same direction almost as the Buffalo channel, so I haven't picked it up since the Buffalo channel went to 34. PCB, this used to be on channel 50. This is basically Pittsburgh, and now it's on channel 28. It comes in occasionally when Pittsburgh comes in. QLN, that changed from 50 to 27. This is the antenna. The gain pattern is directional south, so it's not shooting out much power up north. So it's more rare to get that than like WJet. I think might be non-directional. I'm not sure. Same with SEE is definitely non-directional. So SEE and WJet are like the most common. UHF, Erie stations. ICU is also Erie, but it's on VHF, so that's common as well. And you can see 27 is much weaker than WJet, but it is. Oh, so it's pretty steady. Right, so what am I doing here? Let's go back here. Wolf, yeah, it used to be on 45, now it's on 22. Hazelton, PA, which is basically Scranton, PA. So Wolf has to contend with my local TVO channel. I'm not sure if it's changed yet. I don't think it has. Like at this point, it hasn't yet. But now it does have to fight with my local TVO channel in a different direction. So I do pick it up. Like I did pick it up this morning. I picked it up this morning. All right, so WKMR. So what's the deal with this one? WKMR from Moorhead, Kentucky. I picked this up a couple times, maybe even 3 times. But I think, so WBNX from Akron, where is it? Right here, yeah. It changed from channel 30 to channel 17. So I think that gave me an opportunity because Moorhead, Kentucky is basically the same direction as Cleveland. So, you know, there was less interference from channel 30 and I was able to pick up WKMR right here much more easily. And it's 400 miles away, so that was very exciting. I remember picking that up. I think I actually logged it too. What would I have logged it on? Which antenna? I wonder if... So I ended up getting a third HD home run. I swear I logged it. WKMR. 400. It would be this one? Oh, I already looked at this one. Oh, it's right here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so BNX is up here. KMR is down here, so I would have had to like leapfrog BNX, so which was very tricky. But it moved to channel 17, so now KMR was available. Okay, this I remember. So WRC, I picked this up with the DB80, and I was aimed at Buffalo, and so the thing with the DB80, it sort of has like, so I mentioned that it's two 4-bay antennas combined together to make an 8-bay antenna. But when you combine two antennas together horizontally, it sort of, it changes the, and I can actually show you what I'm talking about. So let's go back over here. We'll go to the antenna simulations. So here's like an antenna pattern. This is like a gain pattern. So say this is like a aerial view. So you're looking down from above at the antenna. And this is like, it's pointed this way. It's pointed towards the 0. And so this is what these numbers here are the amount of gain. So if you're aimed this way, the most gain you get is about like 15. We're looking at the green, or let's look at the red. Yeah, so the highest gain for the red would be like 14 dBi of gain. And then it's sort of like an oval, I guess. So, you know, you go 30 degrees over here, and then you have like 6 dBi of gain. So I mean, stuff is much more strong where you point it. So that's a single antenna. But when you add two together, like here, what it does is it sort of compresses the beam width. So it makes the beam width smaller, but it also introduces these new when you combine horizontally, this is what happens. It adds these are called side lobes. So you get these like a really big lobe right down the middle. Then you have these like side lobes. And sometimes the side lobes can actually be quite strong, which isn't necessarily what you want for channel hunting, because you want like a very focused beam in a specific direction, so that where you aim, that's what you want to see. You don't want to have outside interference being introduced to your antenna. So the one thing about the DB80 antenna, it had really big side lobes. They were like really big. And it ended up working good in certain situations, because I got some channels I normally wouldn't have got with like this antenna, because this antenna is just a single antenna, so it doesn't have the big side lobes. But with the DB80, I was able to pick up WRC, this channel right here, from Washington, while I was aimed like this way. So that was good. And also I was able to pick up this like WVTB. I'm aimed this way, and I picked up this off the side. So that was also really cool. So yeah, that's how I remember this, because I think I woke up and I checked my phone. I probably wasn't even using a phone back now. No, I didn't even have a phone back then. I looked at my computer and I noticed that it had picked up WRC, the autologger, the big map here. It had picked up WRC, so that was really exciting. WRC. This used to be on channel 48, I believe. And I had picked it up on 48, and it changed to 34, and I picked it up on 34. Okay, WVVA. This one is sort of a lost opportunity for me. This used to be on channel 46, which was an open frequency for me. And like I was never able to pick it up on channel 46. I don't know why. It drove me crazy, and I ended up picking it up on channel 17. I think I have it here. Yeah, WVVA. And I remember I picked it up on this map here, but I also picked it up on my old TV with the converter box. I remember seeing it on the screen there, and it's actually kind of interesting because it's on channel 17. And BNX from Cleveland is right here, also on channel 17. But this was able to overpower it, so that was pretty cool. Like 438 miles away, that was really good. WUSA, so on channel 9, another channel 9. Now CFTO was off of channel 9. I was just picking up channel 9s all over the place. So this was my longest VHF high until this year. 352 miles. From Washington, D.C. So here it is right here. Yeah, WUSA 9. So that was really cool. This WPCW, this is another, I think this might be the third WPCW I picked up. This is another low power repeater. So PCW is on channel 11. I also picked up a PCW on 22 and one on 30. I don't know if 30 is the new channel for channel 22, like if channel 22 changed to channel 30, or if they're both different. I'm not sure. You know, we can actually do a check here. If we go to PCW. Oh, it changed call sign PKD, I think. I forgot about that. Yeah, it like recently changed call sign, like within the last month or something. Okay, yeah. So maybe the 22 one changed to 30, or the 22 one, you know, went off air. I don't know, but no, sorry. I think I'm getting confused. I think I picked up but I swear I picked up multiple PCWs, didn't I? Like more than multiple. So we have 30. Yeah, 3. I picked up 3 of them. Oh, it was 27. Okay, it was 27, not 22. All right. Okay, GPT Oakland, Maryland. I remember picking this one up too. This, yeah, okay. So this one, the autologger got it. Yep, on the map. And also, I remember this because this was when I started becoming more savvy, more tech savvy with this whole autologger thing. So yeah, so I would there's so it's a program that you run on your computer. I have it running on my computer in the back there, and there's a command you can run that will export like the scan results, that will show the scan results as it's scanning. And it's a DOS-based, it's a command line program, so you can export the scan results to a text file. So that's what I would do, because I was having like internet problems. And so if I was having internet problems, it would try and upload and it wouldn't upload. So it was possible that I was missing out on new channels, because if I picked up a new channel and it tried to upload the results and my internet wasn't working, then I was screwed, and I would have no record of it. So then I figured out how to do how to save the scan results to a text file. And that's what I do all the time now. So I have like backups of the raw scan data. And I remember during this event here, I picked up at least one new channel because of those text files. So it had picked up a new channel, it had tried to upload, and it didn't work because my internet stopped working. And I have it in the text file. So that was, oh, no, it wasn't for here, because I would have written it in here. It was this one, WIYE. Sorry, it wasn't this one, it was this one, WIYE. That was the one. I think I got confused because it was channel 26 and this is 26 as well. But WIYE, I figured I got that from the backup raw scan data of my HD home run for this big map here. And I actually got at least one more that way. I can't remember which one, but at least off the top of my head. But GPT, yes. Okay, so CPO. This used to be on... I'm not even sure. I can't remember. CPO... 22 maybe? Channel 22, is that right? I don't remember. But it changed to channel 26. I think CPO used to be my most common Cincinnati channel. Now it is PTO. Not this one. PTO is on channel 29. We'll see that eventually. CPO comes in once in a while, but I have a Toronto channel on 26, so it doesn't come in often. TTE. Never picked this up before. I'm not sure why. Because I think this used to be on channel 36. I believe that's the case. And it moved to channel 27, a nice open frequency for me. So this comes in a couple times a year now. HIO, this used to be on channel 41. I remember that because I had a local Toronto channel on 41, so I never was able to pick this up. And it moved to channel 33, so now I got it. 18ES. 18ES. Right. 18ES. Okay. 18. Yeah, I got two 18s. Why did I get two channel 18s like right next to each other? I'm not sure. This probably changed channels to channel 18. This one, on the other hand, I don't remember. This was a low power channel. I don't think I picked it up on the I may have. No. Okay, so I picked up the LPX one, but I did not pick up the low power. So the low power one I picked up first. I remember that. And this was basically the same event. So I picked up the low power first. And then I ended up picking up LPX after, from Charleston, West Virginia. PNT from channel 21. This used to be on, I think, channel 42. And I think it was WPMY, and they changed call sign. I'm not 100% though. The WIYE, I already told you about that. Parkersburg, West Virginia. That's the one that I got with my backup logs. This one is low power from Pittsburgh. Used to be on channel 49, then it changed to channel 30, which was a nice open frequency for me at the time. So I was able to get that. Very exciting. Also another open frequency. This one 3 months later. So W29CO from Sharon. This had recently changed to digital. This was one of the last, like, I don't know if it was one of the last analog channels. So this was still an analog, like in 2019. Analog still. And they ended up finally converting to digital. I don't know if it still exists, but I picked it up once. And I have this app on my phone. You're not gonna be able to see it, but you know, when I go outside to move my antenna, I have this app that I can access my HD home runs with. And so I can basically see all the tuners, and I can see what channel it's on, and it'll show me the signal strength. So when I'm outside moving my antenna, I'm looking at my phone, and I can see what the signal strengths are doing as I'm moving my antenna. And that app, it actually has an auto scan function, so you can basically scan through all the frequencies, and it'll show you the results. And I remember seeing some. I think I was in bed at the time. This was very late. I was going to sleep, I think. Yes, I was definitely in bed, and I was looking at that app because I was seeing what my antennas were doing. I was looking at the app. I was noticing channel 30 was getting some activity on it. So I thought, okay, let's just do a scan. It did the auto scan and scan through the frequencies. And this showed up, W29CO, which I think it showed up as W30EI. It changed call signs, but it was still listed as 29CO on the Rabbit Ears site at the time, so that's why I wrote it as W29CO. But what it showed was W30EI, which is what it's known as now, and I think it does exist. Yeah. Okay, good. But that was the only new channel I picked up with that auto scan function on the app on my phone. That's the only new channel I picked up with that method. So it's kind of funny. I've got multiple ways of picking up new channels. This app, I have my TVs, my converter boxes, and my HD home runs, and the auto loggers on the map here. So I'm just dying for that channel to come in. Oh my god. I need London to really come through. Let's just do another antenna check. I haven't really done, it's still low. I mean, it's still not coming in. Channel 14. It's still at decreased power, so I mean, it's possible, but I need London to really come in. Let's just do a complete check. So Erie's coming in. Seems like that's it. And one London channel was coming in, but I don't think anything's really going to happen tonight. But okay, so we really have to do this. So KBW. Okay, so that's Buffalo channel. That changed to channel 34 from channel 38. So it's unfortunate. So all these channels are moving out of the upper UHF band. Now they're moving down into 36 and under UHF band. So all the channels are, compressing into that small UHF band. WNAD also goes to channel 31. NYO goes to channel 16. These are my local Buffalo channels. NEO changes from 45 to 29. I remember this one because it had gone to 29 for a little while, and I wasn't able to pick it up. I was getting hints of it on my converter box here. I was seeing the signal meter go up. It just wasn't locking on, and it took like multiple attempts over the course of multiple days before it finally showed up. And it comes in quite a lot, but it was just funny. The first time I was able to pick it up on 29, it took a while, so it was really teasing me. HIZ used to be on 40, now it's on 30, and I picked it up at least once while it was on 30. When it was on 40, it was fighting with local Toronto channel, and now that it's on 30, it's fighting with another local Toronto channel, a different one, I think. I'm pretty sure it's a different one. But WWJ is now on channel 21. That is my most frequent Detroit channel on my Detroit antenna, so that comes in often. TVH, so this is channel 18. This used to be, I think, I'm not sure what it used to be. Let's go to, yeah, it should be this one, right? TVH? Where's TVH? Where is it from again? TVH is, oh, it's from Syracuse. What the hell am I looking at here? TVH from, oh, here it is right here. Okay. Yeah, so I think that is before my local Toronto channel went to channel 18. That's when I picked this up. Yeah, so this used to come in. Yeah, okay. Wait a minute. TH. Okay, so something happened. In 2020, I did something with my setup. I wonder what I did. Yeah, okay, so I think by this time, in 2020, I made a new antenna. I actually made, where would it be? I made this thing here. 2020, yeah, that makes sense. Because I remember this, because I don't know when exactly I did it, but I remember when I picked up WTVH, it was with this big antenna. And so what I did, I removed the DB80 because I wasn't liking the big side lobes. I wanted a more focused beam. And I designed this antenna here. It's actually two antennas. Yeah, so it's still the Gray Hoverman design, but I tweaked it. And I figured out how to use 4NEC 2. So this is a antenna modeling program. So here, I luckily just have, I have the antenna shown up right here. That's funny. I haven't used this program in a while, but. So, yeah, this is SWR. This is, I figured out how to use this program, luckily, and I designed this antenna here. So this is two antennas pointed 90 degrees apart. Two separate antennas with two separate, so we got one cable. They have two different cables. They're not combined. The antennas are not combined. They're single antennas. But to save space, they're like attached together. And I did model it. Normally, there's supposed to be some separation, but these are UHF antennas, and there was no no extreme interference between the two. So there was no degradation in signal strength by having them that close together. Because the actual zigzag elements, they're quite far apart from each other. So it's basically just the reflectors that are touching, which is totally fine. The reflectors aren't actually touching, it's just the frame, like the wooden frame. But I designed this and I was actually really happy with this. This turned out so good. And I still have it up too. But I designed this, I built it, and each antenna goes into its own preamp, and then you have two cables coming down, and they're going into their own HD home runs. One of them is also going into my TV currently. The other one is just going into the HD home run. It used to go in, I'm not sure. Yeah, it did used to go into my other TV too. Now I don't use that other TV anymore, but I just use the HD home runs. So yes, I hooked this up, and this big antenna now was not hooked up to a preamp. So it was going, so with the preamp, for VHF low, there's a lot of noise on, in VHF low in general. So you can see like the noise floor on channel 2 is 50. Like there's nothing on channel 50, on channel 2 right now in terms of TV. This is all just background noise. And if you go to like channel 9 here, there's nothing on channel 9 TV wise, but the background noise is 19. And if you go to a channel like right here, 29, that has nothing, there's no TV signal on it at all, and the background is 3. So you can see the background noise for UHF is much lower than VHF high, and compared to VHF low is just huge. And when I had my preamp hooked up to the giant antenna here, these values were just really big. Where the hell? Yeah, these values were like 80. So they were like in the 80s. They were all green with like no signal. That's just background noise. The preamp's like amplifying the background noise. So, and then when a new channel would try and come in, it would go up to 100. But like the actual signal would go above 100, but the way the HD home run is designed, it would only show like 100. It won't go above 100. So it was hard to figure out what channels to look for, because you have multiple channels going above 100, and you don't know which one would be the channel that's actually getting close to locking onto a new channel, because the numbers weren't changing. They were staying at 100. So I took off the preamp, and so this has no preamp. This top antenna here, no preamp, and these UHF antennas do have a preamp. And I think the point of this story was, I remember I got WTVH. I was trying to get it with my Buffalo antenna, which is basically also pointed towards what the hell? Syracuse. Yeah, basically pointed towards Syracuse, sort of. Syracuse is over here, and Buffalo is basically right here. So it's very similar. But if I just tweak the aim a little bit, I was aiming my Buffalo antenna towards Syracuse, and I wasn't able to pick up TVH. But I tried my giant antenna here. It is like a couple feet higher, and it came in through there. So I remember picking that up on that antenna. So that was the whole point of that story. Okay, so here we have some more E-skip action. I think at the time it was my shortest E-skip, WBRA, Roanoke. It's funny, I picked up Roanoke, WBRA twice this year through Tropo. So that is actually now my longest Tropo VHF low channel. And it's not currently my shortest VHF low E-skip. I ended up getting a shorter one, but it's hard to get the really short E-skips because they go off the ionosphere and they come back down. So they have to they're traveling such long distances. It's much easier for them to travel longer distances as opposed to going straight up and then coming straight down, only being like a couple hundred miles away. Like, that's ridiculous. So so 438 was a very small e-skip. That's good. So getting a really long e-skip is really cool, and also getting a really short e-skip is really cool too. So that's interesting about e-skip. So I got all these during that, and here we go. So my Toronto channels have finally turned over to the dark side. They left there. So CFMT was like 47, I think. CJMT used to be channel 40. CD used to be 44. So now they're down into the lower UHF band, and they're causing a lot of havoc for me now, just because I have to overpower them somehow. So it's interesting. YDC, it's possible that they were just testing. Yeah, they must have just been testing, because I got really lucky again. So I got, like the next day, they must have stopped testing because CFMT was on 30. And I ended up picking up WYDC on channel 30. So, and that's the only time I picked it up, this right here. So I got in just perfectly, because once this channel went on channel 30 permanently, I haven't picked up YDC again. So another stroke of luck. CFMT, that's like my most common London channel. I'm probably picking it up right now. Potentially. I'm not, but I was. So okay, so let's do so another Toronto channel changes to number 300. So this kind of anticlimactic, getting 300 channels, and your 300th channel is just a local Toronto channel from 30 miles away. But nonetheless, it is 300 channels. So now we're on the last bit. So how far are we? 3 hours in? 3:46. So this is a long fucking video, and this is probably the worst video of the series so far. Wow. I'm going to play at least one level. So it might be like 4.5 hours in, but I will play it. Or else, what am I doing? This was pointless. But I have to get through this. Okay, so here's WTHC. That's an interesting call sign. THC, I forget what tetrahyd. I don't even know what that means. But it's weed, right? Cannabis. There was also this Pittsburgh call sign that was, I think it was WPCP. So you have these drug call signs. I don't think WPCP exists anymore, but I never picked it up either, but it's kind of funny. This is on channel 3. This is actually one of the very rare US channels that only has one sub-channel. Normally the US channels will have multiple sub-channels. That doesn't show it. Like this has 5. So virtually all of them. But I guess this one only had 1. So especially these days, it's very rare for a US channel to only have 1 sub-channel. But I think this still only has 1 sub-channel, even in 2023. So VTT is now on channel 11. It used to be on 34. And I think, it changed towers too. It used to be in Olean. It's licensed to Olean, New York, which is south of Buffalo, but now it's actually in Buffalo, even though it's still licensed to Olean. It's not local for me though, because I don't get it. It's like it's on the same tower as WGRZ, which is it's one of my local Buffalo channels, but it's further down the tower. I don't have a good line of sight to it. It's a little too far down, and it's very low power too, so I don't get it often. NEP. So this is sort of unfortunate. WNEP was supposed to be, so it used to be on channel 50. I've been talking so much that my throat is so sore. I don't talk very often. NEP used to be on channel 50, and it obviously had to move off of 50 to get under 36 and under, and so it was allotted channel 16, and it did go to 16, but it ended up causing too much interference. I don't know, for some reason channel 14 and 15 are, I don't understand, but they're like reserved for some other form of communications in like the New York City area or something. I don't know, but it was like causing too much interference for that, so they ended up having to move again to 21. So unfortunately I was never able to pick it up on when it was on channel 16. I don't know how long it was on channel 16 for. I don't think it was very long, but I missed out on that. PTO. This is now my most, this is Oxford, Ohio, but it's basically Cincinnati. This is now my most common Cincinnati channel on channel 29. I forget what it used to be on. I mean, I don't think I picked it up on whatever it used to be on, so it would have been on a local channel for me. 2070A, this, yeah, I got this on my converter box, my other converter box, for the first time. This used to be 27EA. It's actually now known as WOCV. They changed call signs again. Before this, W27EA, it used to be known as W16DO. And I picked that up earlier in the list. So another channel that's changed call signs multiple times. They're known now as WOCV, but they're still on 27, channel 27. WKYC, this is interesting. So it changed to, it used to be on 17, it changed to 19. And I picked it up a couple times on channel 19, which is interesting because I have a local strong channel on, Toronto channel on channel 19. So this has overpowered my channel 19 from Toronto a couple times. So that was very exciting. BGT from Rochester, this used to be on 46. Now it's on 29. It's very low power, and I actually did pick it up recently. So for the first time in quite a long time, actually. 2020. Yeah, it's been a long time since I picked it up, but I did pick it up recently, so that was really exciting. 29. Yeah, okay, so here we go. This one, RF30 from channel 35. So my local 35 CHCJ from Hamilton, it was off air, and there's a channel 35 from Cleveland that I was dying to get, and there was this channel from CII from Sarnia, Oil Springs, and I was able to pick up this, but I wasn't able to pick up the channel from Cleveland. So I still haven't got the Cleveland channel, but I did get this channel, but I didn't really need to get this channel because I picked up this channel even with my local channel at full power. So I picked it up a couple times. I've overpowered my local channel a couple times, so I'm still trying to get the Cleveland channel. I think it should be possible, but it's so hard. I don't know if I'll be able to do it, but hopefully. WCAU, I picked that up this morning actually again. I showed you already. It changed to channel 28. I forget what it was on originally, but I did pick it up. Whatever it was before. It's funny, I can't remember. WIVT used to be on 34, now it's on 27. It's actually my most common Binghamton station. I picked that up this morning as well. WYOU, that used to be on a different channel. I think it was on channel 13 initially, and then it changed to channel 12, and I I picked that up a few times. Yep, I remember this. I picked this up. Yeah, I picked this up with my big antenna. This one right here, and so this was around the time where I was fighting with the LED lights, LED light interference. So there was a lot of interference from LED lights that was creeping its way into my antenna system, and it was so annoying. So but I did manage to get this during some LED interference, so that was kind of exciting. And I have picked it up multiple times since then without the interference, and actually have better lights installed downstairs now in the shop down there. I spent like over $500 getting decent LED lights so that I wouldn't be cursing myself with the interference. So okay, so here looks like, yeah, we got a nice big juicy event here. EKI. This is on channel 16. Yes, I picked this up when it was on 51 once. I picked it up on 16 twice now, I believe. So I picked this up this year actually again. This one changed. KEF changed from 18 to 34. OSU changed from 38 to 16. So I'm just these are more doubles, but they changed channels. ETM used to be on channel 18, I think. Yes. Now it's on channel 23, which is the same channel as one of my local channels from Kitchener area. So once in a while I'll pick this up. I picked it up a few times. It's overpowered my local channel. WOUB, I just mentioned this. It used to be on, I think, 27. Then it changed to 32, and I've only picked it up once when it was on 32. It was just for a second. And so basically, that signal bar just went high enough, and it showed the call sign and the virtual number. This is the actual channel number. This is the virtual number, and this is the call sign. And so I picked that up, and I got a picture of it, WOUB, and I haven't seen it since. But I mean, it should be possible for me to get it. STR on channel 18, yes. It used to be on, I don't remember, but it changed channels to channel 18. I picked that up recently too, a few weeks ago. WDTN changed from channel 50, I believe, to channel 31. I picked that up recently too. QED used to be on channel 13. I picked it up once on 13. And now it's on channel 4. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so this is my second VHF low Tropo grab. I forgot about this one. Okay. So when did I get I got my first one in 2019. Okay, so it was just over a year later then. So my mistake. Yeah, I forgot about this channel. So I picked this up a couple times. I didn't pick it up this year, strangely enough. I think I picked it up twice, but WQED on channel 4 used to be on 13. WDRB used to be on 49, I think. Maybe not, but I picked it up. Maybe it was channel 50, but I picked it up before, and I picked it up again. I only picked it up once, I think, on channel 32. So. All right, now we're doing CWN. From Schenectady, basically Albany, on channel 22. That's interesting because that would have overpowered Wolf. Yeah, here it is right here. CWN. Wolf would be down here. So there's sort of similar areas, but I guess they're far enough apart. Okay, let's just listen to the same song. Let's keep listening to the same song for like 6 times. Well, if this is going to be 4 hours, it's going to be 8 times because it's half an hour long. So we're in 2020, so we got 3 years left. TTV, Okay, this one I actually didn't even realize I picked up. So I picked up this on the autologger here on the big map. Originally, back in September 27th. And so I thought, so it's on channel 27 from Bloomington, Indiana. I know I picked this up before, and I knew I had picked up a channel 27 from Bloomington, so I just assumed that it was the same one. But what happened was, WTTV used to be on channel 28. So, no. TTV used to be on 48. IPX used to be on channel 27. And so, IPX is now on channel 28. So, I knew... So, IPX is from Bloomington on channel 27. So, when I repicked up this TTV channel, and I saw channel 27, I was like, oh, I picked up a channel 27 from Bloomington already. So, I didn't even mark it in my list. It wasn't until this year, I think, that I realized I had, I don't know if it was this year or last year, but I realized I had missed a channel. I didn't add it to the list like I should have. So I added it to the list. Oh, I feel like, yeah, I added it while I had this website. And I've had this website for not quite a year yet. So I picked that up a couple times on channel 27. See, okay, so this one, okay, so this used to be on channel 28, and it finally changed to channel 22. It was procrastinating. So I think there was talk about them not going to change, them refusing to change. It's kind of funny because so they were on channel 28 for a long time, so they're like right here, I guess. And there's a channel 28 right here from Erie. I mean, it seems like a far ways away, but there's water right here. So this Erie just like goes in here easily into the zone of channel 28. And they were always supposed to change to 22, but I think they took their sweet ass time. And so they were basically, I don't think they were really causing interference necessarily to these guys, like down here, but it's just strange. They ended up finally changing to 22. Oh, and this is when I stopped getting WVPX from, yeah, okay, so once BNX changed to 17, BNX was my main Buffalo channel, and then my Toronto channel changed to channel 17, and I no longer got BNX. Then WVPX was my main Cleveland/Akron station, and then CICO 28 changed to channel 22, and now I rarely get VPX ever again. So, you know, these two channels are just preventing me from getting Cleveland. So this one moved to channel 22. That's a local channel. CKVR, it's not quite a local channel. I don't have line of sight to it, but it's only 57 miles away. So this changed to channel 9. It used to be on channel 10. Now it's on channel 9. This one, Muskoka, CHCH. I think this was this used to be channel 23. And it changed to channel 28. So I picked that up. Muskoka, Ontario, that's up north. Here we have some more E-skip action. KSNB. On channel 4. CKVP channel 29. So this is a very low power. They used to be on 42, then they changed to 29, and they decreased their power even more. So they're like 3.75 kilowatts, I think, which is very low. And they're extremely directional. Like they're directional east, and I'm west of them. So they're like barely they're They're not pumping out anything towards me, basically. HDF, I remember this one. This is Tennessee, I think. Well, Florence, Alabama, but it's right on the border. Tennessee-Alabama border. Oh, right. Yeah, so I was surprised that I didn't get this because my initial setup was this antenna pointed at Cleveland, and then I had the DB80 here pointed at Buffalo. So this was always pointed at Cleveland. Like, that was the default direction. And I never picked up this. This is like Cleveland direction. And so I never picked it up in 2020. Or 2019 even. And I was shocked by that. And here, I ended up getting it in over here. And so this is when I started realizing how hard it was to pick up these e-skip channels. I was just having a real hard time picking up the e-skip channels. Okay. So, here we go. So this is interesting here. Okay, so now, 2021. This is when I just have to make double sure. How can I do this? Okay, so I mentioned I've got 5 antennas, right? So I've got 3 down here and 2 on a hill behind me that are connected to a computer, and they're sending out, connected to HD home runs, and they're sending out data to this big map here. And I think in 2021 is when I hooked that up, the remote antenna cluster on the hill back there. And so I had the DB80 that I wasn't using anymore because I had made this antenna here, these antennas, and I was using this setup exactly here, down here. And so I had a DB8E left over that wasn't being used, and I ended up buying another one. And so so picture, and so this is what I did for the remote cluster up there on top of the hill. I pointed one DB80 at Buffalo, and the other one was, I pointed at basically the same thing, same idea here. One was at Detroit/London, and the other one was at Buffalo. I've since obviously replaced the DB80s, but I initially had the DB80s up on top of the hill, and that's how I got this. So that was another good thing about the DB80s with their big with the big side lobes, because CICO from Belleville is up is way up here. So, and I was aimed at Buffalo, and so it managed to pick up the channel from up here. And so I picked it up a couple times on that antenna. I haven't picked that channel up down here. I've only picked it up on the hill. So that was a good thing about the side lobes there. WEKA, I picked that up before. I think it used to be on channel 27. Now it changed to channel 26. It's also very low power. Like, it seems like it's really, really low power. So where is, yeah, here we go. I just want to see. I feel like it's like ridiculously low power. Especially up towards me. Five kilowatts, yeah. And so, what am I? What am I on? Okay, so I think I'm like 210. From me, this thing is 210 degrees. So subtract 180, so it would be 30, right? Yeah, so it's only like 1.46 kilowatts up towards me. Very low power. I have picked it up a couple times though. DIV, okay, it's on channel 32. I do have a local Buffalo channel from channel 32, so I mean this comes in once in a while. I think I have picked it up down here as well, as it mostly comes in the antenna on the hill. FXV, I remember getting this. Yeah, I got this on my tuner. I've only picked it up once, so it's on channel 34. So this is the one where it's on the same channel as my Buffalo channel 34. I don't think I actually got it on this. Yeah, this is just left over from when it was on channel 27, I think. But yeah, so it's over here and Buffalo's over here. So it's really, but I did get it. Came in very briefly, but I got it. KDLO, yes. This one was a bitch to get. So this is a channel 3 from Florence, South Dakota, first South Dakota channel. So I think I got this originally, like earlier than this. But the thing is, so with this tuner here, sometimes like if you leave it on a channel, sometimes it will, like it'll lock a channel, but it won't show like the call signs. So it'll be like a partial lock. So it'll show like the channels, like the 3, 4, 6, 7 or whatever, but it won't show the call signs. It won't show the virtual numbers. So you won't know what you actually got. And that happened to me with this channel here, with this KDLO, the first time I got it. And I didn't know this at the time, unfortunately, but apparently if you go, you can, so if you lock something with the HD Home Run config utility, like I have here, I have, even if it doesn't have like the call sign, but if you lock a channel, like a partial lock with no call sign, no virtual numbers, you can, if you go to the command line, to a command prompt, and you can run a command and get the stream info. I've done it on a previous video, but it'll show you basically what you see here. You will have like the programs, and it'll have no call sign or no virtual numbers, but it will show the TSID, the transport stream ID. So the partial lock, even though it doesn't show the like the call signs and the virtual numbers, sometimes it will show the TSID, and the TSID is unique for each channel. So, and I've shown this before on this video series. You can go to the TSID list and you can search for the TSID to see what channel you picked up. And I didn't know this at the time, but if I would have done that, run the command, find out the TSID, I could have searched the list, and I could have confirmed that I picked it up the first time. I did. Unfortunately, I didn't, but I did end up picking up again, and it showed the call sign. So hooray for me. Okay, so now we're doing WSYX. So this changed channels from 48 to 28. So this is, yeah, one of my most common Columbus channels now. Omni 2. Oh, yeah, this was crazy. So this was the very first time I overpowered my local channel 20 from Toronto since 2012. I hadn't done it since 2012. And this was with my DB80. This was with this one right here. This isn't a DB80, but pretend that these are DB80s. So the one pointed at Detroit/London. It overpowered this Omni 2 channel overpowered my local Toronto channel on channel 20, and I'd never done it in 9 years, and I've never done it from down here. This was up on top of the hill there, so that was really exciting. I was really excited to see that. WADL used to be on 39, now it's on 27, so that comes in quite often now. 27 is an open frequency for me. This used to be on channel 7, Midland, Ontario. Now it's on 11, so that's up north, Midland, Ontario. NDU, this was my first South Bend channel. This was, okay, 725. So I remember this. I remember seeing this, yeah. I was working, and I had checked my my map. I was like, holy shit, NDU came in. First South Bend channel. South Bend, Indiana, which is just down here, I guess. I should have it open. Yeah, right over here. It's underneath this. Yeah, right here. South Bend, Indiana. That was really exciting. That was by one of my hill antennas as well. The Detroit antenna up on the hill. NIB, this used to be W42CO on channel 42. You can see it still has the 42.1 virtual number. Now it changed to channel 11. They probably got a bunch of money for that. They're going to the VHF high band. And so I think I picked that up a couple times this year. This WVIR, so this is now my shortest e-skip channel from Charlottesville, Virginia, 393 miles. Unfortunately, I feel like I had the opportunity to get an even shorter one from Philadelphia, but I wasn't paying attention to my antennas at the time because I had to do a bunch of shit, and I wasn't paying attention, and when I got back, it was too late, and I had checked my graphs, and the signal strength was really high, and I wasn't aimed at Philadelphia. So I feel like if I would have aimed at Philadelphia, I would have got it. So that still haunts me to this day. But this one was very cool to get, WVIR. That was, another like 1 second grab. It only came in for a second. So that's my shortest skip. My longest is I think it's 1,188 miles. My shortest is 398. GCE. Okay, so this is one of the low power Rochester channels. I've only picked it up once. And I think I picked it up on my antenna down here. So I haven't picked it up since 2021, which is strange. So I have a local channel 26 on a local from Toronto, and this overpowered it. So, and then this is a low power channel. And so there's a new channel. I mentioned this before on channel 30, WAWW, I think. From Rochester on channel 30, and it's also low power, and I also have a channel 30 local from Toronto, and I haven't picked it up yet, but every time Rochester comes in very strongly, my channel 30 will sort of the signal quality will take a hit. It will just go to 0. But I've never actually picked up that channel, the Rochester one, and I haven't picked up this GCE since this date either. So I feel like if I do pick up GCE again, then maybe I'll also pick up the channel 30, because they're both low power channels, and they have co-channel interference with my local Toronto channels. So hopefully I can get that eventually. This VTB, I remember this one because let's actually go to the, if I can find it. Okay, so it was this one right here. So this one, yeah, VTB. So this was in the afternoon, yeah, 6:10 p.m. I remember this because it was very quiet, and all of a sudden I just started getting like, I don't think I noticed it at the time. I noticed it after the fact. But I looked at the graphs, and yeah, I was all of a sudden getting like this steady signal on channel 28, all the way over here. It was that was very cool. I remember that. Yeah. What was the date on that? Okay, August 16th. Okay. VTB. Oh, so this used to be on channel 18, and I did not pick it up on channel 18, and a bunch of people did. There was this one day that like basically everyone picked it up except me, and I was really annoyed by that because I didn't have, like, basically it was a free channel. I had no interference. I mean, like, no local interference back when it was on channel 18. So it's sort of strange that I wasn't able to pick it up. And sad. So there's another one that I was not able to get. Channel 18 WVTV. Okay, so WISC. This must have been with my hill antenna, my Detroit hill antenna. Why is, I think this used to be on 18, channel 18. It was either 31 or 18, I forget, but now it's on 34, and I think I picked it up this year as well. Maybe not, actually. No, I think I picked up Wayne, W-A-N-E, this year. I'm not sure if I picked up Wise this year, but this was, yeah, this was with my hill antenna. PXI, yeah, I picked this up. Wow, strange. I'm still using my, this was my original converter box, so I must have still been using it. Since then I got a new converter box. It's very funny. It's not a converter box. It's a set-top box, and it's an HD box. This box on the screenshot here, this was just a standard definition box, and I remember it was $80. I bought it for $80, and it converted the digital signal to analog signal so that I could watch it on my TV. But it was standard definition, like 480 pixels or whatever. And I ended up, I don't know why, but I ended up looking online for another set-top box. I forget why. I can't remember why. But there's probably a reason, but I found this this box. It was $30 and it was high definition, and it hooks into my TV through HDMI. So it's ridiculous. It's got a tuner. Hook it into your TV. The reason I don't use my TV tuner is because the TV remote is absolutely horrible. There's such a delay. It's completely useless. So I use this $30 set-top box, and it's amazing. I get high definition. It was very funny because I didn't realize how amazing the picture looked in HD compared with my, I mean, this was actually really good. It was standard definition, but it looked really good for standard definition. Like, it did a good job of converting the high def signal into standard definition. But still, it was standard definition, right? So once I started using this set-top box, it's been very good since. So I must have got that probably last year, the new set-top box. But this one I picked up on my antenna down here because because this is my old converter box. So I still have it. I don't use it, but it's back there. Yeah, that's kind of a sad story. Nearly 100 dogs rescued from home. That just happened to be on the screen when I took the picture. So that's kind of sad. Where are we in the list here? PXI. Oh, okay. So I remember this. So, yeah, okay. Wise. this had to have been, yeah, Hill antenna. I picked this up myself, obviously, because I did it manually. But WBPA and WWAT, these are both Pittsburgh area. I picked up these with the auto loggers. Big map here. So the WBPA I picked up with my big antenna, this antenna here, and the big antenna, and WWAT is a low power channel. Actually, they're both low power channels, so I was kind of surprised to get them, especially. Well, both of them I was surprised for different reasons. This one's on channel 12, WBPA. By the way, let's just go to the market list now. I just want to see what their power is, because I remember looking and they are low power. You can see BPA-LD. Yeah, so it's only 3 kilowatts. And it's funny because can I see it? Maybe if I scroll in enough. So it's probably in one of these clusters. But it's like it's in Pittsburgh. So, but the reason I'm surprised is because right here, Erie, Pennsylvania, there's a channel 12, and it's like a full power channel 12. And if I aim south, I pick up that channel. And I was able to pick up this low power from the exact same direction. Like it leapfrogged the Erie channel. So that was really cool. Yeah, so I didn't actually pick those up myself. Those happened while I was sleeping, both of these. And WWAT and WBPA, and so I picked those up while I was sleeping with the auto logger here, and very excited to wake up to those. So surprised to get WBPA, but the reason I was surprised for WWAT, this was on channel 29, I believe. It's getting late. I can't. It's hard to read that. WWAT is on channel 29, and I picked that up on my Cleveland antenna. So this antenna right here. Maybe it's this one. One of these antennas is aimed at Cleveland. One's aimed at Buffalo. So, but yeah, it's like aimed at Cleveland, like down here. And I picked up a UHF Pittsburgh channel right here. So that's why I was surprised. Also because there's a WNEO channel 29 right here. Like, and I'm aimed basically almost at it. And I was able to pick up the low power WWAT. I wonder what the power level of that one is. Let's see if we can. Oh, geez, there's so many Pittsburgh channels. I already forgot what I'm looking for. WWAT, right? 29? Yeah, here it is right here. Okay, so it's 15 kilowatts. Okay. Still, though, I mean, it's 15 kilowatts. The WNEO channel is much stronger than that. WNEO is like a full power station. So WBXE, okay. So I picked this up. I think here. I think when I initially picked this up, it used to be on channel 17. And I mentioned this earlier in the video. I had a local channel 17 from Kitchener in the opposite direction, and it was very late at night, and this ended up overpowering my local channel briefly, and I was able to scan it in. But now I moved to channel 23, and that other local channel moved to channel 23 as well. So still the same interference, same channel, but I think when I picked this channel 23 up here, I think my local one was off air. Yeah, I believe that's the case. It was off air temporarily, and so this one for like a week, maybe even 2 weeks. But so this one came in a couple nights. I remember it had like 12 sub channels, some ridiculous number of sub channels. One of them was showing The Office. I remember that. But yeah, I remember when I picked this up. Okay, so WXYZ, I think I only picked this up once. So I think this used to be on channel 41, I think. But I never picked it up on channel 41 because I had a local Toronto channel on 41. So now it's on 25, and but now I moved to 25, which is also a local Toronto channel, a very strong one. But I was able to overpower it. This one I got with the Hill antenna aimed at Detroit. It's still the DB80. I'm still using the DB80s up on the Hill. Yeah, so I haven't switched to these yet. These are still DB80s in 2021. I think I probably switched those last year. I'll remember once I get to a channel where I picked it up on that specific antenna. So XYZ, I think I've only picked it up maybe twice. I'm not sure, but it's very rare because it's on a local channel, a local Toronto channel. WPXD. So this one. So this one I picked up. I'm not sure if I picked it up down here. It used to be on channel 50, and it was in Ann Arbor, but I think now it's in Detroit. So a little closer than it used to be, and it changed to channel 24. And so there was an issue with how this was. So this wasn't being sent. It was being sent to the big map here, to the auto scanner, but it wasn't being loaded onto the map because there was something wrong with the channel. It wasn't set up properly with the information it sends. So I had picked it up twice. I think twice before I officially picked it up. I just didn't realize I had picked it up. So, and that's so when I was running these the remote antennas on the hill there, I wasn't creating the text files like I do down here for backups. For some reason, I don't know why. I obviously should have been doing it for this reason. So because it was showing like the call sign and the TSID and the virtual channel number, but it was uploading it to the Rabbit Ears website, and it wasn't displaying it on the map. So there was some sort of conflict, and it wasn't showing it on the map. So you didn't realize that you picked it up, and that's the problem I had. And so that's when I started. And yeah, I was like, why haven't I still picked up WPXD? Because I was getting really strong Detroit channels one night, and I was like, how am I not picking this channel up yet? And so I searched through my like channel 24 log here, and it was showing like the blue line. That's yeah, like here. It was showing a blue line here, which means that I was getting it was locking, but it wasn't like it wasn't going through. It wasn't saying, "Oh, you have a channel." You know, it wasn't, but it was locking because the only time you get a blue line is if the channel locks. You can ignore this because this is ATSC3. It's more complicated bullshit, but normally when you get the blue line, you're picking up a channel. So that's when I started doing the text files for my remote antenna cluster as well. And that's what helped me get the WPXD, because I had picked it up twice since I had started doing the text files. And I looked in the text files and I was able to see what the TSID was. And I was able to go to the TSID list, and I was picking it up. So there you go. Oh yeah, so this is a screenshot. Oh, okay. So so you notice it's black and white. So I was using remote desktop software. I was down here and I was accessing my computer up there with my antenna hooked up to it. And I went to the HD home run config utility here on my computer over there, and I took a screenshot. So the reason I have it in black and white is just to conserve bandwidth, not to use as much data. I don't know how much of a difference that makes, but I did that anyway. So there's like settings you can on how much color you want to use, and so I put it all the way to the bottom. And so I think when I picked this up, it wasn't actually going through on the big map here. Yeah, I think that's the reason. Okay. WYFX. So this one I picked up, I've only picked it up once. YFX used to be, it's a low power channel, I think. I feel like it's a low power channel. PZM, what? Oh, okay, WYFX. I don't know why I have this, I don't even need that yet. I'm doing this for 4 hours and I'm like, oh, what? Yeah, W30EI. This used to be known as W29CO. You can see right here. So what am I looking at? I've forgotten already. YFX, yeah. Yeah, it's 15 kilowatts, okay. LD, okay. Yeah, so that's a low power. It used to be on channel 19, and and it's a low power. So, and I had a high power local channel on channel 20, on Toronto, channel 19. So I was never able to get this when it was on channel 19, and then it moved to channel 32, and I still have a local channel 32 from Buffalo, but I was able to sneak this in, WYFX, and I got it once, and I got it down here on my antennas, on my Cleveland antenna. I got a picture of it in the HD home run config utility, so that was very fun. So this one owns sound. This changed to channel 16. It used to be on 26. Now it's 16, so not a big deal. I got that. I rarely ever turn my antenna north, but I'm pretty sure I would get it. I don't know how often, but I've got it multiple times. WHPX, New London, Connecticut, my first Connecticut channel. This was also on one of my hill antennas, my Buffalo antenna up on the hill. Over here, yes. I think this is another one where I didn't realize I had picked it up at the time. I just noticed it later. It's my only Connecticut channel. TVS, yes, channel 20. Maybe this was the... No. TVS, I think... Yeah, I think I originally got this on channel 43. That was the night that I stayed up all night. And I didn't go to sleep. And then I went and printed a bunch of maps and was a zombie. And so once again, channel 20. So this is only the second time that I've overpowered channel 20. And this, once again, was with my Detroit antenna, my DB8E antenna up on the hill. So that's kind of interesting that the DB8E is the only antenna that has overpowered my channel 20. I haven't done it with my homemade ones here. So it's kind of interesting here. I don't know if there's a reason for that, but so where are we in the list here? TVS, yes. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this one, RF33. So CIII 22 from Stevenson. I picked this up originally on channel 22. Now it's on channel 23. It is super low power, and it's got a very strange gain pattern. It's aimed to the west, so I've only picked it up once on channel 33. This one, it came in on my Detroit antenna as well on the hill. I didn't notice it at the time, but it came through on the auto logger here. Okay, here's VNC again. So this used to be on 45, a low power from Watertown, and I ended up picking it up on channel 24. I feel like I should have a picture of this. Maybe I didn't take a picture of it, but I did get it on. Yeah, so this is another one where I picked it up with my antenna, with my big antenna. This one, the big one, the unamplified one. For some reason, I was using that antenna. I'm not sure why, but yeah, I picked up WVNC with the HD Home Run config utility. It's the only time I picked it up, WVNC. So this one, WOOD, yes, channel 7. I'm surprised. I was surprised that I didn't pick this up until then. Because it's on 7. It's on like a... Well, I'm not that surprised because it's on channel 7. It's Grand Rapids, Michigan. There's a channel 7 from Detroit, Michigan. It's very strong, and Grand Rapids is like further north, but I mean they're both on channel 7. They're both like generally, I mean they're not that far away from each other in terms of aim, like for me. So yeah, I should be able to see it. I picked it up, didn't I? Wood. I swear I picked it up. Yeah, here it is. Yeah. So, yeah, you got wood over here, and yeah, they're like almost the same direction. Yeah. WJBK on channel 7. The Detroit channel 7 is right here. So it was hard to get this one, WOOD. And then I ended up getting another one from same general area, WZPX. Ion channel from Battle Creek, Michigan. Right over here. Okay, SBT, South Bend, Indiana. This was another one with the... this one I think I did pick up on my own. Yeah, I picked this one up down here. I also picked up this one down here too, yeah, because this is channel 7, so this would have been my big antenna. So let's just bring this over here, so I don't have to keep switching back and forth. Yeah, I picked up that with my big antenna because it has VHF capability, very good VHF capability. And ZPX I did pick up on my antenna up down here. I have picked it up on my Detroit antenna up there as well. And I did pick it up on my, strangely enough, my Buffalo antenna, but I think down here. But I think it was when I had rotated it. So it was actually aimed over there. But I do have it logged on my Buffalo antenna. This one right here. Yeah, right here. That's funny. Okay, so SBT, yes, South Bend, Indiana. This was with my Detroit antenna up on the hill. SYM from Lansing. I picked this up a couple weeks ago again. This is a low power channel, so it's on channel 28 in empty frequency, but it's very hard to get. SYM. RAP, so WRAP. This is a new one. So it's on channel 16. This is kind of strange because there used to be one from Cleveland called W16DO, which ended up changing to W27EA, which ended up changing to on channel 27, and it changed call sign to WOCV, and then WRAP comes out of nowhere and goes on channel 16. I don't understand why W16DO had to move off of 16. If that's the reason they had to do it, I'm not sure. But yeah, I got this with one of my converter boxes there. So this is a low power channel, but it does come in like if Cleveland's, it's probably might be like my second most common Cleveland channel, maybe my third, even though it's a low power. But I mean, I have a local channel 16 from Buffalo, but it's quite directional away from me, so it's not super strong. And so this does come in often, WRAP. These are more e-skip channels. This one I picked up. Oh, so we're in 2022 now. You know what? I probably changed my antennas now. I wonder. JQ. Yes, yeah. Okay, so I don't know when I changed them, but it must have been fairly early on. Yeah, it was definitely before, because I was waiting to get new channels, and it took a while for me to get new channels with them. I think, yeah. So in 2022, I changed my setup up on the hill. So I built 2 new antennas, these 2 right here. They're basically the same as these, but these are not attached together. They're like their own antennas, but they're the same dimensions. And also this wire, like the gray Hoverman wire here, the zigzag wire, this is actually thicker than this one. This one's very thin. This is only 10 gauge aluminum. The 10 gauge aluminum is sort of flimsy, and it's very hard to straighten, and it can break quite easily. So I mean, even if it was copper wire, it would still be really annoying to straighten. But this is actually, it's like soft copper tubing. So I forget what they use that for, like for fridges or something. I'm not sure, but it makes amazing antenna building material. It is so easy to work with. It's amazing. If I were to, I'm obviously going to make more antennas, but I feel like I'd want to get it a little less thick. I forget what the outer diameter of this is. I think it's a 1/4 inch. Maybe an 1/8 inch. I'm not sure. I'd have to check my receipt or something. I probably still have a box of it. I think I've got one unused one still, a coil of it. But it was, it was like a 10-foot coil, I think. And it was funny because one coil, I was able to do 2 of these zigzags. So I was able to build one antenna with one coil, and there was only like 2 to 3 inches of extra copper left over. So it was like the perfect size. And it was so easy to straighten. You can just straighten it with your fingers. Like with the wire, you have to like put it in a vise and then grab the end, like make a really long wire, put one end in the vise, grab the other end with some pliers, and just like yank on it really hard. And then you got this really long piece of wire. But with this, it's all coiled up, but you can just like uncoil it and like mold it however you want. It's amazing. So I really liked it. But the way I designed my antennas was in the 4NAC2 program. It was optimized for the 10 gauge wire. So this is a little thicker than the 10 gauge wire. So this might not perform as optimally. But, I mean, when it comes to the ease of building this, it was definitely worth it. So that's why I'm thinking of maybe trying to find something a little thinner. But that's something to think about for later. Okay, so 2022, we only have 2 years left, and we're definitely 4 hours in. We are 4:49. This is the longest, stupidest video ever. So I have to do this because I had this idea, and I mean, what's the point of stopping now? So I have to do this. I have to. 400 channels. Come on, give me a break. I'm happy. So, look at me. I'm smiling. I'm happy. I wasn't smiling at all. So 2022, I have my new setup. This setup now. So this is my final setup. This is my current setup. So this over here, these are my antennas down here, the main cluster. These are the antennas up on the hill, the remote cluster. So these antennas down here, I can move. So I can rotate the mast by hand if I go outside. These ones I can't. They're stuck, aimed the way they are. So there's your context. Okay, so I picked up WRAK, wrap. Picked up a wrap. So I told you about these. So here we go, CHAU. This is my first Canada e-skip. So this is another e-skip. This is from Quebec. CHAU, so I should have that up here. Yeah, it's way up here. So I remember getting this because I was looking at the big map, and some guy from Detroit area, yeah, one of these guys, he was picking up that channel. So he was picking up that channel, and I was like, oh shit, what's going on? And so I aimed my antenna. I never aim my antenna up there because I never pick up anything up there, up here. So I aimed my antenna up there, and I picked it up, and it was coming in quite well too. It came in for a while. So that was amazing. There's also like a channel 4 around here, but that did not come in, unfortunately. But I was very happy to pick this up. So this is from Cloyne. This used to be on channel 44, I believe. And so I was never able to pick this up when it was on 44 because it's like the same direction. So where the hell would that be? One antenna. I picked it up on one of these antennas. So I've got 5 antennas. So this one right here. Okay. So this is it right here. CICO21. Used to be on channel 44, and I had a local channel 44 from Toronto. So, and it's basically the same direction. So I would have had to leapfrog the Toronto channel, which is impossible. So I wasn't able to pick it up when it was on 44, but I did pick it up when it was on 21. I think I've only picked it up once. So it's, maybe if I actually aimed up here, I really want to put an antenna aimed like towards Ottawa and Montreal. Like just aim it up here a little bit more as opposed to down here at Buffalo. So ideally I would have one aimed here, aimed here, aimed here, aimed here, aimed here, aimed here, and aimed here. Ideally. So that's the dream. Hopefully one day. It is almost 12:30. What the hell is happening? So I wasn't able to get it on 44, but I got it on 21. Excellent. LBZ. Okay, so this is another northeast e-skip channel that I was finally able to get. I've been having really like impossible time getting e-skips to the east because I'm so close to the shore in terms of e-skip close. So I'm basically like 300, 400 miles away from the coast here. Sort of. So in an e-skip terms, that is quite short. So I need like extreme conditions to get those short e-skips. But LBZ I was able to pick up. I think that's a little further away. Oh shit, I think I just closed one of my things. So many windows open. Oh, I didn't, okay, so I didn't pick it up on this. I picked it up with my tuner. With my HD Home Run config utility. I took a picture of it. And it came in very briefly. So it's in Maine. So it's like, it's up here. Yeah, like right over here. How far away is it? Yeah, 569. There's another one, WSBE on channel 2. It's like over here ish. I forget. Yeah, it's like near Boston, I think. I have not picked that one up yet, though. Everyone picks that up, but I haven't. So that's really annoying. So GGN. Okay, so WGGN. I finally picked this up last year. It changed to channel 3. I think either 2021 or 2020. I don't remember. Maybe. Anyway, but it used to be on channel 42. And when it was on channel 42, so it's licensed to Sandusky, but it's like a little further past Cleveland to the west. And when it was on 42, it would like boom in. So I thought, okay, it's moving to channel 3. You know, I should get it. If it's booming in on channel 42, I should get it like eventually, right? And I've only picked it up once since it's been on channel 3. And okay, yeah, so I was in bed, but this was another one of those nights where it was very strong conditions, very crazy reception going on, but I had to go to sleep. So I think I was in bed and I ended up like waking up and I checked my phone and it was coming in right at that moment. And I think I looked at the my app on my phone to look at my HD home run, and I saw the signal meter going up, and it was actually coming in. So that was very exciting. I remember being very happy when I finally got that because I finally got it, and I could stop trying to get it because I got it. This WMJQ, that must have been later on during the day. Yeah. I think, right? So this one, it came through, yeah, on this. It came through with the autologger. So, okay, so what's the distance? Distance is 194. So we're just going to scroll down. I want to see when it came in. Okay, here we go, here. Yeah, 7:35 p.m. Yeah, okay. I knew it was later in the day. So that's a low power from Syracuse. And I've only picked it up the once. So, I mean, channel 27 is sort of a lot of 27s around. So you got your 27 here from Peterborough. That one comes in the most. It's 100 miles away, but that comes in the most. And then you have your MJQ here. There's IVT right here, actually. So NYW, I picked that up this morning. There's an HVL here. There's a QLN here. There's a TAE here. There's an MAR here. These are all channel 27s. So channel 27 is kind of congested. There's actually supposed to be a channel 27 in Buffalo as well. Very low power one that's aimed away from me. So I don't even know if I'll be able to get it, but hopefully one day. Like apparently this one is supposed to go off air eventually, but I don't know when that's going to happen. CCU, this was pretty crazy. I remember this. My Detroit antenna on the hill picked it up, and I noticed it because there was activity that night. So I was checking my logs, my signal logs here, and I noticed that my Detroit antenna picked it up. So I was super excited. So I log on to my computer with the remote software, and then I opened the HD Home Run, and I think I was scrolling through the channels, and I think I also went to the market listings to see what channels I should look for. And there's this one WCIA. So I've been hunting for this for like ever. This used to be on, I forget what channel it used to be on, but it was a totally gettable channel. WCIA, what the fuck channel was it on? It's good. This is going to annoy me. Maybe it was 45? I don't think so though. Anyway, it was on a perfectly gettable channel for me. And then they changed to 34. But it sort of always haunted me because I was never able to get it. There's this other guy who always got it, like multiple times. Just as far away from it as me. And I never understood why. Maybe it was channel 49, I don't remember. It was a high channel though. And it moved to channel 34, and so I left the HD Home Run config utility on channel 34, and it showed up for like a couple seconds, and I got a picture. So I finally got it from Champaign, Illinois. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. Champaign, right? Yeah. So I was really happy to get that. WFYI, this was another Detroit antenna. I think this was an overnight thing. So, oh yeah. Okay, so this was probably late at night, before midnight when I picked up these channels, because FYI, that had come in while I was sleeping, because I woke up, I checked my antennas, and I noticed that I picked up WFYI, and that was a new one. So this was part of the same event. 15, 16, yeah. Okay, WIPX, yes. I picked this up like multiple times now, since then. I think I picked this up. Yeah, I picked this up when it was on, this was the one that was on channel 27, originally, back when I first got Bloomington, Indiana. WTTV. WIPX and W something else, CLJ maybe, but yeah, I picked this up. I think I picked this up with my antenna down here. I have picked it up with my antenna down here. WICZ from Binghamton, New York. I finally picked this up, and it's funny because I picked this up today too. What the hell antenna is this? I'm not sure. Okay, let's go to 24 hours. Yeah, WICZ right here. So I feel like it took a while for me to get this. It used to be on channel 8. It's funny. So in Binghamton, New York, there are 2 VHF high channels, at least 2, and it's WBNG, used to be on channel 7, and WICZ used to be on channel 8. And now, after the whole repack thing, they just switched. So now WBNG is on channel 8, and WICZ is on channel 7. So I don't understand that, but I feel like it took a while for me to pick this up. So it's sort of aimed. There's a Buffalo channel 7. So it's sort of they're like in the same direction almost. So Binghamton is right here, and Buffalo is right here. So very similar direction. Binghamton is further, obviously, but I feel like it took me too long Longer than it should have to get that. But I got it. Okay, finally. So this isn't going to take very long because I've already talked about all these channels. This is taking so long. So, WOME. This one I've been trying to get. I think this came on air last year. This is my first Florida channel, so that was cool. I did not pick it up on the autologger here. I only picked it up with my tuner here, and I think I got a picture of it, didn't I? Yeah, I just showed a picture of it. This is another one of those rare channels that only has one sub-channel. So actually, I think I talked about this in a video I made. When I picked this up, yeah, definitely, this would have been the first channel I talked about. The first new channel I talked about in this video series. So I picked this up on May 31st, so I would have talked about it during the May 31st video. So if you can figure out what the May 31st video is, I would have talked about it. WTTK, so this was one of those channels I picked up. It used to be on channel 29, and this was the channel I picked up during that night that I didn't go to sleep. So from Kokomo, Indiana. And it changed to channel 15, and I was very surprised that I got it because I've got a local CHCH on channel 15, and there's also a channel 15 from Cleveland, which is very similar direction. So I was surprised that I got it, but I got it. Good. And so here we go. So I'm going to go really quickly through these because I've already talked about these quite in depth. So this insane series of events here, 3 days, basically like 48 hours. This was insane. So I was making a video, a Doom video, and I checked my antennas like sort of near the end of the video, and I picked up these 3 Knoxville channels from like 560 miles away, and I was just blown away because before then I had only picked up 2 channels, and the year was looking absolutely garbage. So I was at 374, and then I picked up these 3 Knoxville channels, super long distance, 500 plus miles. And I was like, oh my God. And so I ended up going to sleep very late. I think I went to sleep at 3:45. And I picked up a bunch more channels before I went to sleep. I stopped the video, and then I kept channel hunting. I picked up a bunch of channels. I went to sleep. I woke up at 6. I set my alarm for 6. Checked my antennas. Nothing was happening, so I went back to sleep, and I woke up at 8. It started to pick up, and I got out of bed, and I continued my channel hunting, and I kept picking up new channels and new channels and new channels and new channels. And it was very exciting on the 20th. So this was the night of the 19th, the early morning of the 20th, and then the afternoon. I think even into the afternoon, I was getting stuff. And then even on the 21st, I picked up something as well. So just tons of stuff. Tons of stuff. And I got a WBRA Tropo from Roanoke. So that's my longest VHF low Tropo. I originally got this from eSkip. So that's kind of interesting. I got it both different ways. This one, WHAS, this is VHF high. So this is my longest VHF high channel, 470 miles. My previous best was 350 miles. So that's a big jump. Even this one beat the 350 miles, WOWK. So that was very exciting. This one I got the next day. So that was very good. Very happy to get this one. Another 500 plus mile. And so then about almost 2 weeks later, we had another batch of channels. So 8 more channels. Long distance too. 500 miles, 430, 530, 530, and insane. A new state, North Carolina. Hard to get new states these days, especially for Tropo. So I think prior to that, Connecticut was the last new state I got, Tropo-wise. And prior to that, wow, I don't even know. We're going way down. These new states are e-skip. I'm looking for Tropo new states. Hey, Delaware, wow. This is way down there, 2018. Yeah, so this W29EZ, this was insane because, okay, so this used to be W28DO, apparently. We've learned that in this video. And I picked it up again, and it is ridiculously low power. And it is, so it's already low power, but then its antenna pattern is aimed away from me. And it's only shooting out like, so I wonder, okay, I'm going to go to I need to know this. Let's look for W29EZ. I need to know this. Yeah, oh, I see. So, it is ridiculously low power. So that's not even taking into account the antenna pattern. Most of it is in my direction, but it's less than a kilowatt. That is extremely low power for a UHF channel. So that was hilarious to get that. Very, very exciting to get that. Super low power. And this one as well, WOH, another low power. 15 kilowatts, much higher than this one. But it's almost 300 miles away. So this is my longest low power channel that I've ever picked up. WOH from Columbus. It's actually licensed to Zanesville, but it transmits from, or broadcasts from Columbus, Ohio. And we got more long distance, 438 from Roanoke, Virginia. And then the next day, yeah, this was just like constant, 3 days of constant action. And I remember this day, it started to peter out at during like very late of the 3rd. Like at the end of the 3rd, it was starting to die down. The activity was dying down, and there was basically nothing until the afternoon of the 4th. It started to pick up again, and yeah, like the afternoon. And I picked up these two channels, 530 miles away. Insane. This one, WMYV, I actually left my tuner open while I had to do a bunch of stuff. I came back and it had shown up on the screen, so that was very exciting too. And then we have 23, 24, and 28. This was very recent, actually. It's probably the 29th by now. Yeah, 12. So this one I was surprised to get. This is very low power on channel 34. It used to be channel 33, now it's 34, but it's very low power. HME, I got this from South Bend. And I was at $3.99. I thought, maybe I'll stay at $3.99 for the rest of the year, but 4 days later, I end up getting this WNYW from New York City. New York City, New York. Extremely exciting. That was this morning. This morning. Wow. I can't believe I went through every single channel. Okay. So, with that said, let's close all these windows. Alright, we're just going to do an antenna check since we're here. So, my local 14 is still at decreased power. Channel 15 is also decreased power, as you can see right here. So right here, the blue line just dipped. So 14 and 15, they're on the same tower. So obviously something happened over there. I don't know what, but maybe there's some sort of failure, like mechanical failure or something. But it's looking like I'm not getting any help. So I really need London to come in like quite strongly if I have a chance to overpower this. There's a bit of interference here from the London channel. Maybe overnight it'll get better. I don't know, but so far so nothing. So yeah, okay. Erie came in somewhat recently. Nothing out towards Cleveland. Yeah, so like we're in a pocket of unstable air. Like right here. There's like unstable air, so I'm not really expecting anything to happen. It looks like on the weekend it might get better. And like, look at that, Sunday morning starts looking somewhat decent. And then next week it actually starts to look really nice, but this could obviously change. All right, so let's close that. Let's close this. Guess what we're gonna do? We're actually gonna play Doom. Let's close this. Oh, not yet. We're not gonna play Doom yet. I also wanted to do this. So we have it sorted by channel number, right? So I think channel 29 is my most popular channel. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 channels. I think that's the most. I did this recently. I think that's the most. It's either 29 or 27. I think it's 29. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Ooh. They're tied. 22, 22. So I picked up a 27, this one. I picked this up today. So that is officially tied 27 and 29 as I think the most populated channels that I've picked up. Yeah, for sure. That's pretty exciting. Oh, wait a minute. No, okay. Yeah. All right, so that's all I wanted to do then. There's no point in going through every single channel. I mean, we already went through every single channel. So we're literally going to play one level, and that's it. Because I haven't played any Doom yet. We have to turn this off. I have to turn off the music. I don't know if the video was choppy at all. That would be a complete waste of time if I did all this and the video was choppy the whole time. I guess it wouldn't really matter because there's no gameplay. But as long as the audio is fine. Oh, God. I can barely talk anymore. Okay, so we're doing BEYOND.wad from May 1st, 1996. We are in May. We're skipping 32.wad. This is actually a megawad, 32 map megawad. And I went through this at the end of yesterday's video, and because I wanted to show you, I remember this wad. It's like 32 maze maps. So I couldn't finish it. Like back when I played it 10 years ago, I didn't even bother finishing it. I hate mazes so much. But this one is 32 maps of mazes. If you're into mazes, download 32.wad. Take a look. I couldn't stomach it myself, but if you can, go for it. All right, so we're doing Oh, fuck. 2 megabytes? What? Doug Radcliffe and David Perkins. Okay, it's 12 levels. All right. I wonder why it's so big. So I'm just going to be playing one level of this. Oh, shit. Fucking Christ. I don't want to get a copyright notice for that. I forgot I don't have my auto hockey script on. I was trying to change the music. All right, so I left off on track 18. Or was it 19? No, I think it was 19. Honestly, I don't remember. So let's just leave it here. Oh. Okay. So let's play one level of Doom. Let's see if we can make it a 5-hour video. At least it shouldn't be like, the problem I have with these videos is they're so goddamn big. Like the size, they're like 20 gigabytes. But last time I did a whole bunch of talking when I was talking about my TV channels, and the video ended up only being like 8 gigabytes. So I think if there's no like Doom gameplay, the file size is actually a lot smaller. So I was just talking for a lot of it. Virtually the entire video. So I wonder how big it is. Oh. I really have to use the washroom, by the way. Okay, so we have 97 monsters. We have Zippity Secrets. Oh, Zippity Secrets. Okay. Okay, we got... Oh, look at this. So is this damaging? Good. Okay, so you got a teleporter down there. This looks nice, this rocky area. Is there something down there too? Oh, we got monsters down there. Is that worth it? Wasting all my ammo for that? Okay, my mouse, my trackball wheel. It's a little sticky. Alright, we got a lift there. Are we gonna get a weapon? I'm not sure. Okay, we can go down there, or... Whoops. Jesus. I feel like I should have a shotgun. How do I get up there? Okay. Maybe I have to do something first? I'm not sure. And we got a red key door. So obviously I'm missing something here. Oh, of course. Ah. My lip. I got some skin on it that it's really bothering me. Okay. So there should be a med kit somewhere, right? Whoa. Oh, good. So these guys know how to keep doors open. That's good. Aha. There you go, some armor. Perfect. There it is. Yeah, I knew there was a med kit somewhere. Shit. Start shooting, Revenant. Oh, come on. So hopefully there's a super shotgun, like, soon. I don't know if it'll be in this map, but hopefully there is in the WAD. 12 maps. So I'm picking up rockets, but I have no rocket launcher. Okay, well, let's go back to the red key door, I guess. I'm still 72 monsters. What's going on here? Well, there's a lot left to the map, that's why. That's strange. There's a bunch of monsters over here. Do I have to come back over here for some reason? Okay, I'm just gonna look for the rocket launcher. You have to be fucking kidding me. What? Alright, so there's a super shotgun. I'm glad I opened this. Okay, so there are weapons. Alright, so let's search for that super shotgun then. Is it like down there or something? Oh, there it is. Okay. Very easy to miss because there's a teleporter right there. So so you got to be really careful. Okay, we got a super shotgun. Awesome. And all of a sudden it's damaging? What the fuck? Why would you do that? And now the doors close? All right, that was better. Okay, so there's still the there's like a blood way, a blood river to the left there. Okay, maybe I'll just go this way. Oh, we got a lift. That is unfortunate. So maybe I will go over here just to see what's going on. So it's pointless. Oh, I see. Unofficial secret. I see. Oh. I could have just got it like that? Are you serious? Okay, we got some long distance snipers. Let's see if this is damaging too. Unfortunately, yes. Oh, okay, so we got a rad suit right there. So I wonder if I need the rad suit or not. I'm just gonna walk out here. It's like there are monsters down there. Yeah, maybe I'll get the rad suit after. And then I'll go down into the pits. Okay, like, where's my ammo? I've got, like, no ammo. Obviously, I'm missing something here. All right, there's a backpack there. Yeah, what's going on here? Where's all the ammo? There's like no ammo. This isn't one of those WADs, is it? Where the mappers just fuck you? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother shooting the monsters if you're not even gonna give me a fucking ammo. Screw that. By the way, where do I go? I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. Oh, is this the exit right at the start? All right, so I'm just gonna get the key and get the hell out of there. I don't have enough ammo for this. There's no ammo in here. Like there's a gun, one rocket. Okay, there's a cell pack here, a cell charge. I'll get the charge. One rocket. Like I'll get the ammo, but what am I supposed to do with one rocket? I should get that though. Yeah, I should get that. I should have enough invulnerability time as well to get that stuff. Alright, so where does this lead? It's over here, okay. Alright, so let's do that again. Let's try that again. Move your fat ass. Alright, I got a backpack. Fuck. Unfortunately, I'm screwed. Fuck, man. not wasting my ammo on that. So hopefully there's like better options here in the next maps. I'm a little scared though. A little cautious. Yeah, I'm not liking the feel of map 1 so far. I mean, I really liked the map. The map looked great. I really liked the design. The gameplay would have been awesome if you just would have added a little more ammo. So I don't have high hopes for this. Anyway, so that's going to be it for the video. Wow, what a pointless video. But, you know, continue. We're going to continue with BEYOND.wad. So we did one map. And we talked for 4 hours about TV. That was pretty fun, wasn't it?